Hey, sleepy friends. SleepyToons love you. Subscribe to SleepyToons and send the love back, buddies. Tonight we're drifting into the cozy corners of nowhere to hear the most underrated Courage the Cowardly Dog episodes. Soft, slow, and dream-friendly. Fluff your pillow, dim the lights, and let my voice guide you through these hidden gems. Before we begin, where are you watching from and what time is it right now? Drop your answers in the comments so our sleepy family can wave goodnight across time zones. Deep breath in and out. Let's float into Courage's quiet adventures. Let's begin. Night has settled over nowhere like a warm shawl, and the little farmhouse is quiet. The wind is a hush across the fields, the kind of hush that sounds like a lullaby if you listen with sleepy ears. In the kitchen, a kettle sighs and a clock hums its small, steady song. Muriel rocks in her chair with a half-finished quilt across her lap, a patchwork of rose and wheat and midnight blue. Courage sits at her feet with his chin on her slipper, feeling the soft sway of the chair and the rhythm of the needle as it slips and returns, as gentle as the tide. A knock arrives like a polite tap against the teacup. When the door opens, the night sends in a guest wrapped in lavender wool, a woman with kind eyes and hands that look like they have always known fabric. She speaks in a voice as soft as yarn. I run the Quilt Club in town, dear one, and we are gathering tonight. Just a little circle of quiet makers. Your stitches look like they were born from patience and tea. Muriel's smile is the sort of smile that glows without needing to be seen. She sets aside her needle and stands. Courage follows, small paws pattering over kitchen tile, ears lifted to catch that gentle voice. The guest leads them along a lantern path where moths drift like drifting thoughts, unhurried and silver. The sky is a deep velvet, and it holds a few bright pins of starlight, as if someone above is quilting the heavens too. They arrive at a house with a yellow window and a door painted the color of ripe plums. Inside, the air carries the faint honey scent of pressed cotton and the warm twang of a sewing machine somewhere in the back room. Quilts hang like soft banners on every wall. One quilt is a whole field of buttercups. One is a lake that looks like it might ripple if you blow on it. One is a night forest with thread-thin paths that curl away between stitched trees. Muriel presses her palm to a patch of barley gold and hums with happiness. Courage stays close, nose twitching at the newness of it all. The Quilt Club members gather in a circle, shawls loosened, shoulders dropped, voices like drowsy birds. They pour tea and pass a basket of buttons smooth as river stones. The guest in lavender wool offers Muriel a seat and a square to begin, a square the color of dawn. Courage settles on a tiny braided rug and watches her needle skate through the cloth with an easy patience. The room asks everyone to slow down without saying a word. The clock here ticks like a heartbeat. The lamplight is buttersoft. The sewing machine hums on the far table with the same tone as a cat's purr, steady and low and soothing. If you listen a while, the hum becomes a tune you already know, that sleepy tune that lives in the space between a breath and the next breath. Muriel's hands are nimble and calm. She tells a story as she sews, a memory of a breezy day when sheets on the clothesline turned into clouds and Courage chased their shadows. The Quilt Club guests smile, and the lavender woman nods as if stories are also a kind of thread. Courage closes his eyes halfway. He can feel the warmth from the lamp, the soft promise of tea, the safe nearness of Muriel's knee. On the wall beside them hangs a quilt different from the rest, a great calm landscape stitched from hundreds of tiny pieces. There are gentle hills that roll like drowsy waves, a small path that wanders without hurry, and a sky thick with button stars. It has a quiet gravity, that quilt. The way the ocean has gravity, the way sleep has gravity. It draws the gaze. It draws the breath deeper, slower, quieter. The lavender woman notices Courage looking. "This one is special," she says, and her voice lowers into a whisper that feels like a blanket tucking around your shoulders. It is a quilt you do not only see. It is a quilt you can enter when your heart is ready to wander without worry, not to frighten, only to dream through. Some quilts are maps to rest. Muriel pats Courage with a fingertip symphony along his back. "Go on, my dear. Have a little wander while I finish this square." Courage gazes up at the big quilt, at its path that loops like ribbon. He takes a slow breath in and a slow breath out. The room hums, the lamp glows, the teacups click as gently as metronomes of peace. The quilt seems to shimmer like a lake at twilight. Courage steps closer. The stitches are so fine they look like dewdrops threaded together. The cloth is so soft it looks like mist captured and pressed. He places one paw on the border. The fabric is warm, not from heat, but from stories. Another paw follows, then another. The room remains, the voices remain, but they feel far away in a kind and friendly way. The way the kitchen sounds feel when you fall asleep on a couch nearby. He steps onto the stitched path, and the world beneath becomes springy like moss. The button stars above grow brighter, not glaring, just present, as if they were on their very best behavior. A thimble moon rises, round and silver, and it tips to him like a courteous neighbor. Courage looks back once. He can still see Muriel, a gentle shape at a lamplit table, needle sliding, head bowed and calm. He feels a little flutter, not fear, just the thrill of a new soft place. A hush tells him it is all right. The path leads him through fields of patchwork clover that whisper underfoot. Each leaf is a different green, and each green is the right one. Thread rivers wander between hills, glimmering quietly, and when Courage leans to sip, the water tastes like cool night and a hint of peppermint. He hears the distant lull of a sewing machine and realizes the hum is here too, inside the quilt world, stretched across the hills like a comforting drone. It does not ask anything of him, it simply keeps him company. A spool bridge arches over the river, spools stacked end to end, bound with a ribbon of twine. Courage crosses and feels them give the tiniest friendly bounce. On the other side, he finds a meadow of fabric feathers drifting down from nowhere at all, slow as snow, soft as sighs. The feathers settle on his back and melt into warmth. He blinks and feels heavier in the way that means safer. Ahead stands a small cottage pieced together from squares of flannel and velvet. Its windows glow with lamplight, and a tiny needle weather vane turns with a breeze that makes no sound. Courage steps to the door and it opens before he knocks. Inside, the room is a nest of quilts, folded and stacked, each stack topped with a simple button that seems to smile. There is a chair that rocks itself very slowly, as if keeping time for anyone who enters. There is tea steaming in a cup that never spills and never cools, just sits there being perfectly warm. On the far wall hangs a little oval mirror bordered with lace. When Courage peers in, he does not see his worried face or his startled eyes. He sees a lake at dusk, still and blue, with one thread-thin path that leads toward the far shore. He hears again the hum of the sewing machine, which is not a machine at all right now, but the sound of the world choosing to be gentle. Courage curls on a quilt that smells like fresh laundry taken from a sunny line, like Muriel's apron after baking bread. He does not sleep, not yet. He simply rests, and the quilt room knows how to keep a rest safe. Slow breath in, slow breath out. The thimble moon sails past the window. Button stars blink in a rhythm that feels like a lullaby written by time. The path he followed glows faintly, promising to be there when he stands again. The quiet cottage breathes with him, walls expanding and returning, expansion and return, the rhythm of tides and rocking chairs and plentiful dreams. Back in the lantern room, Muriel ties off her last stitch on the dawn-colored square. The lavender woman pours her a fresh cup of tea and nods toward the large landscape quilt on the wall. He is inside the kind place, she says, and Muriel smiles, because of course he is. Courage knows how to find gentleness when the world slips one to him. The kettle settles into silence. The clock's hands move like slow dancers. The Quilt Club room grows even cozier, if that is possible, as if every quilt on every wall has leaned in to listen to the soft peace that has arrived. Morning does not arrive all at once inside the quilted land. It unfolds like a fold being smoothed by a warm hand, the kind of light that does not wake you so much as welcome you. Courage lifts his head from the nest of quilts in the little cottage and finds the window glowing the color of cream and tea. The chair still rocks its easy rhythm, and the cup on the table still steams, as if time here understands that nothing good needs to hurry. Outside, the path glows faintly, a quiet ribbon waiting for company. Courage pads to the door and steps into air that smells like sun-warmed cotton. The button stars are fading into a pale day sky stitched with the lightest blue thread. The thimble moon has tucked itself away behind a cloud, like a shy friend who knows when to give space. The hum is here too, that low sowing song spread across the hills, steady as a heartbeat at rest. He wanders toward the slope beyond the cottage and discovers the Meadow of Mending. It is a wide, gentle place where tall grasses of satin and linen swish softly. Spools the size of toadstools dot the ground like tiny round seats, each one wound with a different shade of kindness. Here and there the land holds little rips and gaps, no bigger than a paw, where the world has simply grown thin with use. It does not look sad. It looks like a place that expects to be cared for. At the meadow's edge stands a loom shaped like an open gate. Threads drift toward it, as if on a breeze only they can feel. Beside the loom is an old quilt frame, and on that frame sits a woman with silver hair braided like yarn, her eyes soft as wool, her shoulders wrapped in a shawl the color of lavender. She looks familiar in a way the heart recognizes before the mind does, the same calm shape who invited Muriel to the club. Here, though, she is older and younger at once, like a story that has lived many times and never gotten tired of being told. "Welcome, little Stitch Walker," she says, and her voice is the sound of cloth folded neatly into a drawer. This meadow likes gentle hands. The path you follow will ask for a small kindness or two. Mending is how we remember that everything can be made whole enough for rest. Courage steps closer, tail making a slow, friendly wave. The woman lifts a needle that glimmers without sharpness and passes it to him. It is light as a whisper. She nods toward a thin place in the meadow where a square of sky shows through the grass, like a forgotten pocket. Begin there, if you like. One small mend makes the world quieter. He kneels and nudges the needle through the edge of the thin place. The thread hums in his paws. He pulls gently, and the cloth eases together without fuss, up through, down through, in through, out through. The same motion Muriel makes by lamplight. The seam drinks the stitch as a thirsty place drinks rain. When he ties the end with a tiny knot that looks a little like a seed, the grasses on either side sigh toward each other and hold. The meadow responds. A breeze lifts and drops like a lullaby. A flock of fabric birds glides overhead in a slow, soft arc, each wing a different pattern, plaid beside paisley, polka dots beside stripes, agreeing with one another without trying. The hum under his paws deepens, pleased. There are other thin places between the satin stalks. Courage moves from one to the next, his breath settling into the rhythm of the needle. Up through, down through. The work is not work here. It is listening with your hands. Each mend is a tiny kindness, and each kindness is a little weight taken off the day. The spool seat nearest him unwinds a small length of thread all by itself, offering exactly what he needs without being asked. He smiles because this is how Muriel cares for him, and he understands that the meadow is practicing the same language. When the last small gap is gathered and smoothed, the woman in the lavender shawl rises and presses her palm to the earth. "You have made a quieter place," she says, and the word quieter feels like a compliment finer than any ribbon. She gestures toward the horizon where a windmill made of quilting rulers turns lazily, its arms marked with inches that mean nothing here because there is enough time for everything. Follow the path to the mill. The keeper there brews thread tea. It tastes like patience. Courage pads on, paws tapping the path that never asks for speed. He passes a grove of pins standing like slender trees, their heads round and shining, a little forest that chimes when the breeze moves through. Beyond it, a brook the color of pale denim tinkles over smooth thimbles. He stops for a sip. The water is cool and carries a tiny sweetness, like the last note of a lullaby you almost forgot. At the windmill, the keeper waits, a gentle figure with a thimble hat and a smile that knows how to rest on a face without going anywhere. They pour him a cup of thread tea from a kettle shaped like a spool. The cup warms his paws in the way a cat warms your lap. The tea tastes the way a long exhale feels. He drinks and watches the ruler arms turn, the numbers marching around and around, busy but not urgent. A parade in stocking feet. The keeper sets a small bundle on the table. Inside are three things: a skein of twilight thread that glows faintly even in daylight, a button the color of apricot jam carved with a tiny sleeping star, and a small square of fabric cut from something old and beloved soft as memory. "Take these," the keeper says. In the quilt world, a traveler never hoards. A traveler carries gifts so that they appear in the right pockets of the day. Courage tucks the bundle into the little pouch that has appeared at his side, a pouch that surely was there all along, the way comfort is sometimes there even before we notice it. He thanks the keeper and watches the windmill arms for a while longer. They turn and turn. If he looks long enough, they almost seem to rock him where he stands. Back in the town, the Quilt Club room grows muffled as late evening weighs the windows. Muriel's dawn-colored square has joined several others in a slow-growing blanket across her knees. The women around her sew and murmur about simple things. The lavender woman pours more tea and looks at the big landscape quilt with the softness of someone watching a child nap. "He is learning the language of mending," she says, and Muriel's smile answers with a light that could guide a ship. On Courage's path, the light tilts into the hour that makes shadows long and friendly. He comes to a stone that is not stone, but a folded stack of old handkerchiefs, heavy with the stories they once caught. The top one is fraying. The wind catches its edge, and he sees that if he does nothing, the fabric will tear and the old stories will scatter like leaves. He sits, lifts the fray, and threads his needle with the twilight strand. In through, out through. The weave tightens, the edge smooths, the cloth holds. When he finishes, the air smells faintly of cedar chests and spring windows. The handkerchief stone settles deeper into the earth with a grateful little thump. Dusk collects thread by thread. Fireflies spark among the grass, their lights tiny and polite. Somewhere a low bell sounds, the kind of bell that calls no one to hurry, only to gather the edges of the day and fold them once, then again. Courage follows the path back toward the small cottage. The chair is waiting with its old, gentle rhythm. The tea is still warm. He places the apricot button on the windowsill, and it glows for a heartbeat, then rests. He sets the square of beloved fabric beside it. It smells like clean sheets and a promise. He curls again on the quilt bed and listens to the hum that stretches from the windmill to the meadow, to the brook, to the cottage, to the club room in town where Muriel's hands move like two quiet birds shaping a nest. The hum arrives in his chest and matches his breathing. Up through, down through, in through, out through. The needle of the night draws a silver line across the dark and ties a knot that will not slip. The seam-ripper bird sings a quiet praise, a tune with more silence than sound, the good kind of silence that makes room for a heartbeat. Courage gives the fabric a last smoothing touch. The valley breathes. Wind moves through the satin grass with long, unhurried fingers. Beyond the valley, a low building waits, roof tiled with yo-yos of fabric, door braided from ribbon. On the sign, a single stitched word, softery. Inside, shelves hold spools of different quiets. Afternoon quiet, library quiet, early snow quiet. The keeper, a person whose smile looks stitched by gratitude, hands Courage a small sachet filled with batting that smells faintly of lavender and rain. For pockets that forget to rest, they say. Sprinkle a pinch wherever the day tugs too hard. Courage tucks the sachet against the apricot button, and the pouch feels like a pocket of calm you can carry. When he steps outside, the sky has the color of milk with a spoonful of blue stirred in. The seam-ripper bird hops along the path a few steps, then bows as if to the last note of a lullaby, and lifts into the air, leaving behind the tiniest silver feather no longer than a stitch. Courage places it beside the sachet. Gifts know where to go when they are needed. Across the field, a gate stands made from two tall hoops, their hinges buttons sewn with X's. Courage takes out the apricot button and holds it up. It warms in his paw and hums in the same key as the path. The gate recognizes the note and opens without squeak, just a sigh like a quilt unfolding on a bed. On the other side is the patchwork library, a long room with quilts stacked like books and books bound like quilts, every spine a different softness. Tables wait with needles sleeping in tiny cushions, cups of tea steaming in the slow way of this world. A librarian with thimble glasses gesture to a table by the window. Courage sits, and the apricot button rolls from his paw to the tabletop, coming to rest as if it already knows this place. The librarian sets a cloth before him, already traced with a design like a map of gentle hills. Some lines are too tight, some too faint. Your task today, little friend, is to redraw the lines kindly, they whisper. Let the roads curve like a shoulder offered. Let the paths widen where fear once narrowed them. He lifts the silver feather and it writes in light along the cloth, smoothing sharp angles into slow bends, opening narrow places into roomy lanes. The map brightens by degrees, the color of the lines deepening like dusk turning to evening. When the last curve is drawn, the librarian presses a stamp into the corner, a sleeping star surrounded by a small ring. It matches the symbol on the apricot button, which glows once and then dozes again. "You have softened away," the librarian murmurs, and their words land on the table like a folded napkin. Back in the real room of the Quilt Club, Muriel's blanket has grown into a gentle field across her lap. She pauses to sip tea and tell a story of a summer storm that watered the garden and the way the house smelled afterward. The lavender woman glances at the landscape quilt, eyes warm as lamplight. "He is loosening the knots we all forget we tied," she says, and the other quilters smile the soft smile of people who know what that means in their own hearts. The hour settles toward candlelight. Courage leaves the library and returns along the now roomier path. The pins in the chime forest ring a sound like well-placed commas. At the brook, he dips a paw and the water answers with a coolness that rinses away the dust of tiny efforts. The cottage welcomes him with its lamp already low. He places the apricot button back on the sill where it seems to listen to the night. He slips the silver feather and the lavender sachet beside it, and feels the room become a fraction cozier, which is to say, perfect. He climbs onto the quilt bed, and the chair keeps its rocking, the rhythm that says, "You are held." The hum spreads through the walls and under the floor, and into his sleep comes lightly, like a cat stepping onto a lap, not to weigh him down, only to remind him that every stitch he made today was a stitch in a larger comfort. Tomorrow the path will ask for a new kindness and place a new gentleness in his paws. For now, the cottage leans in the way a lullaby leans. The wind combs the grasses in long, slow strokes, and the button stars yawn themselves awake again one by one, tiny lanterns for travelers who walk by heartlight. Morning in the quilted world arrives like a sigh that wakes as a smile. The cottage window glows pale and kind, and courage uncurls, feeling the gentle sway of the chair's endless rocking. On the sill, the apricot button waits where he left it, round and patient. He lifts it into his pouch with the square of beloved fabric and the remaining twilight thread. The hum outside is low and even, a comfort you can walk inside of. The path greets his paws with the soft spring of moss. A coolness hangs in the air, the sort that makes tea feel extra warm when you hold it. He follows the ribbon road past the chime forest of pins and the denim brook until a new sound reaches him, a tender little tick-tick, like fingernails on the edge of a teacup. It leads him to a hollow where a small, bright bird perches on a branch. The bird's beak is shaped like a tiny seam ripper, silver and delicate. Its eyes are kind in the way rain is kind to thirsty things. "Good morning," says the bird in a voice thin as thread and strong as love. "I am here when the world has been stitched too tightly. Sometimes we mend by loosening. Sometimes we help a breath fit better. Will you walk with me and make more room for calm?" Courage nods, tail drawing a soft comma in the air. They travel into a shallow valley where a quilt cloud sags above the ground, anchored by stitches pulled so close together they pucker like a worried brow. Beneath it, the grasses whisper, and the path slows as if even time has stumbled on a too tight place. The hum thins to a thread you have to lean in to hear. The seam ripper bird flutters to the cloud's edge and gently touches a knot no bigger than a freckle. "Here, little stitch walker, we unmake not to break but to breathe. Your paws can hold the cloth while I lift the old worry free." Courage cradles the edge of the quilt cloud. The fabric is cool and faintly lavender-scented, the memory of folded linens in a chest. The bird works one tiny knot loose with a patient, whispering motion. Pop goes a sigh from the cloth, not loud, just relieved. Another knot, and another. Each soft pop lets the cloud rise a hair's width, the puckers easing into smoothness, like frowns remembering how to be a smile. Courage feels his shoulders drop, his breath fall into the deep, easy place. Loosening the bird murmurs is also a kindness. They make their way along the cloud's hem, freeing the old tightness with a rhythm that feels like rocking in time with a faraway tide. When the last knot yields, the cloud lifts and floats upward to join the open sky. Leaving the valley brighter by a shade you only notice once comfort returns. The hum beneath their feet thickens into a lovely purr. A gap remains where the cloud had been pulled thin too long, a thinness like a childhood sheet worn soft through. Courage reaches into his pouch and takes out the square of beloved fabric. It smells like sun-warmed afternoons and bread cooling on a windowsill. He threads his needle with the twilight strand, the faint glow like a dusk that promises fireflies. In through, out through, up through, down through. Slow stitches with space between them, the kind of seam that welcomes movement without fear. The square settles, joins, becomes part of the valley as if it had been waiting for the invitation. Pause and chest. Oh, his breath joins it. In through, out through, unstitching, loosening, softening. The kind of work that feels like kindness from the inside. Outside the button, stars open their eyes one by one, not to watch, only to glow. The thimble moon tips its brim and begins its slow drift. Somewhere far away and near at once, Muriel knots off a thread and smooths her work with the back of her hand. Courage closes his eyes and feels the valley, the library, the open gate, the unknotted cloud all resting inside his sleep. Evening settles over the quilted land the way a shawl settles over shoulders warm and certain. The cottage lamp lowers its glow, and the hum outside deepens into the kind of note that makes the whole world breathe slower. Courage rises, slips his pouch in place, and steps onto the ribbon path that now feels like an old friend's hand, steady and sure. Down the slope, the air tastes faintly of vanilla and rain. A bell rings once, a soft, round tone that calls no one to hurry. He follows it to a hollow shaped like a cupped palm, where quilts hang from curved branches, each one a sky of its own. "This is a hall of bindings," says a voice like folded linen, and the lavender-shawled woman appears beside him with a smile that eases the last wrinkles out of the day. Here we finish the day's seams and loosen what should not follow us into sleep. Courage feels a familiar calm, then a tender tug in his chest, as if the hum has spoken his name in Muriel's voice. The lavender woman tips her head toward the largest hanging quilt, the one sewn in dawn and barley gold, and a scatter of tiny stars. "Someone dear has stepped close to the edge of a deep rest," she murmurs. "Not a danger, only a depth. It is easy. In a place this soft to drift too far, you can be her thread back." He looks up. Within the great quilt, a path glows like a gentle river, and along it moves a silhouette, he knows by the tilt of the head and the patience of the hands. Muriel walks there in the way of a seamstress, moving through her own memory, unhurried and safe, yet drifting toward the center where sleep becomes a forever nap. Courage's heart makes a small, brave sound, and the hum answers. The lavender woman lays 3 small circles on the ground, stitched into the floor in faint light. "A release star," she says, and her eyes twinkle the way candles do when they approve of a quiet room. "Place what you carry, one gift to each point, and let your breath draw the line between them." Courage opens his pouch. He sets the apricot button on the first point, and it warms like a tiny hearth. He lays the silver feather on the second, and it writes the air with a promise of softness. He draws out the skein of twilight thread, and the third point brightens as if dusk were gathering gently. From the sachet he takes a pinch of lavender batting and lets it snow between the three, a sweet scent rising like a lullaby you do not have to remember because it remembers you. Breath in, breath out, and the lines appear, a star stitched in light at his feet. The hanging quilt stirs. The path within widens the way a doorway widens when someone is on the way home. Courage steps forward and the cloth receives him as water receives a leaf, buoyant, calm, sure of where to carry him. He finds himself on a lane of ladder stitches that rise and fall like easy tides. On either side, hills of velvet sleep and flannel dusk lean in, listening. Ahead, Muriel hums a tune that sounds like teacups and late summer, and the small good secrets a house keeps. Courage pads close, not to startle, only to be there. The moment she feels his nearness, her hum softens into a smile you can hear. "There you are, my dear," she says, and her voice turns the world a shade kinder. "This place is so cozy, I nearly let it keep me. Shall we save a little of this comfort for the walk back?" He nods, and together they stand at a gentle arch where the path narrows to a thin thread. The seam has pulled too snug here, the kind of tightness that makes footsteps small. Courage lifts the twilight thread and the silver feather and redraws the line, letting it curve with kindness. In through, out through. The motion so unhurried it could be a rocking chair at the end of the day. Muriel holds the edge as he works, her hands steady, her breath matching his. The seam loosens with a soft, happy sound, and the arch becomes a bridge you can cross without thinking about crossing. At the bridge's crest, he presses the apricot button to the cloth. It settles like a sun setting exactly where it belongs. "A home point," says Muriel, voice warm as bread. "We can find our way to this warmth whenever we need it." They walk on. Fireflies lift from the hems of the hills, tiny lanterns bobbing in a rhythm that makes eyes heavy in the best way. The seam-ripper bird flutters down and alights at a stitch that clings a little too close near Muriel's sleeve. With a neat, whispering touch, the bird frees the cling and trills a note like a thank you. Loosening is also love, it reminds the evening, and takes its small silver self back into the sky. Beyond the bridge, a door waits in the quilt's edge, braided from ribbon and softened by time. It recognizes the scent of lavender and opens without a sound. The hall of bindings receives them with a deeper hush, the kind that gathers at the end of a lullaby before the quiet lands. The lavender woman nods, eyes bright with that pleased candlelight. "You have carried comfort well," she says. "That is all binding truly is, the carrying of comfort from one place to the next." Back in the club room, the lamplight leans gold across Muriel's quilting hands. She takes a sip of tea, and this time the cup seems lighter. The women around her fold their voices into the peace that has thickened the way evening thickens when everyone has come home. The large landscape quilt on the wall glows in a way that only people who have loved quilts would notice, a soft fullness at the center like a contented sigh. Courage and Muriel linger in the hall a while, smoothing edges and patting corners as if tucking the day into a drawer. The lavender woman ties a tiny knot in the air, neat and humble, a promise that the path will be there when morning asks for it. She presses a small patch into Muriel's palm, a square of night the color of bluebells. "For your blanket, dear heart. Stitch it where your hands want it most." They return along the ribbon path toward the cottage, walking the way people walk when the talking is quiet and everything that needs saying is said, by the way their shoulders are at ease. The window glows, the chair rocks, the tea waits warm and patient. Courage places the pouch on the sill, and the apricot button gives a last little shine, then rests. Muriel smooths the quilt bed once with a hand that blesses more than it arranges. Outside, the thimble moon tips lower, and the button stars settle into their long, slow blinking. The hum in the walls finds the key of sleep and holds it lovingly. Courage curls against Muriel's slipper. Muriel leans back in the chair, and the night draws its soft seam around them both, loose enough for dreams to breathe, snug enough for hearts to feel held. Night in the quilted land deepens into the soft blue that invites whispers to become lullabies. The cottage window glows like a hush made visible, and Courage wakes, the way a leaf wakes on a still pond, barely moving, fully rested. The pouch on the sill waits where he left it, and when he slips it over his shoulder, the room breathes a little easier, as if happy to share its comfort with the night. Outside, the ribbon path shines faintly, a kind light rather than a bright one. Fireflies rise like stitches given to the dark in tiny, patient sparks. The hum underpaw settles to the lowest note yet, a purr so steady it feels like the world is a cat resting in your lap. Far above, a few star buttons blink slower than slow, and one of them winks out, then returns, then winks again, as if asking for a gentle hand. The path curves toward a hill shaped like the back of a sleeping whale. At its crown stands a roundhouse roofed with hoop after hoop, each hoop wrapped in night fabric. A sign stitched in silver thread says, "Button Constellatory." Courage steps inside and finds a room where the ceiling is not a ceiling, but the sky itself, fastened by neat seams, dotted with those polite little stars that never startle anyone. Along the walls are shallow drawers labeled with names that feel like stories you once heard before a nap. Pilgrim's Lantern, Basket of Moths, Tea Steam over Wheat. Each holds buttons the color of comfortable ideas. A keeper rises from a rocker, their thimble hat tilted just so, eyes kind as lamplight on a rainy window. The sky's hem needs tending, they say, and it sounds less like a task and more like a chance to help something breathe. Some stars loosen in the wind and forget the way home. If we fasten them gently, they'll remember where to rest. Courage pads to a wide table, where maps are drawn not in lines, but in feelings stitched with thread. There is a constellation shaped like two hands cupping a cup of tea, another like a door left open for a friend. The keeper lifts a small tray. On it lies a handful of star buttons the size of raindrops, and one larger, warm as an apricot in the sun. Take the big one when you go up, they say, with a smile that understands pockets. It's a home star. Press it where the sky feels loneliest. He tucks the tray into his pouch beside the lavender sachet and the silver feather. He threads his needle with the last of the twilight skein, the strand shining like a drowsy river. The keeper nods toward a ladder made of spool rungs bound with soft ribbon. Courage climbs, feeling the spools give a friendly bounce under each paw, and emerges into a small loft where the sky is so near he could kiss it hello. A seam runs along the dome above, and there, near a gentle curve, he finds a loosened place. The star button that belonged there is sleeping in his tray, patient and unafraid. He lifts it and feels a tiny hum, the precise key of this patch of night. In through, out through, he stitches the star back with 3 small loops and 1 soft knot, not to hold it prisoner, but to hold it in company. The sky answers with a sound like a long exhale. Farther along, a fine tear as thin as a sigh crosses a patch of velvet blue. The seam-ripper bird appears from the loft's shadow, a glint of silver, wings quiet as breath. "Loosen first," it whispers in its thread-thin voice. Tightness remembers to soften when you greet it kindly. Courage rests his paw against the tear's edge and feels where the cloth has pulled on itself out of habit. With the bird's whispering touch easing the strain, he threads the twilight strand and lays the gentlest ladder of stitches, space between each rung so the night can keep stretching without worry. When he ties the knot, the tear is no longer a wound, but a story that was told and then tucked in. He uses the silver feather to draw a new path of light between a dozing trio of small star buttons, and suddenly they are a shape that wants to be seen. 3 little lamps, he thinks, and the ceiling agrees by glowing a little warmer. From the pouch he takes a pinch of lavender batting and sprinkles it along a dim seam. The scent rises, and the whole dome mellows a shade, like tea leaning closer to sleep. Near the highest hoop of the roof, a space waits, not empty, simply waiting to be named. Courage lifts the warm apricot star, the home star, and presses it there. The cloth accepts it with a contented little thrum. Beneath that point, the room, the hill, the path, the windmill, the meadow, the cottage, and the club in town all feel a fraction nearer to one another, as if a hand has threaded them on the same gentle string. Back in the Quilt Club room, Muriel pauses with her needle poised, eyes half-lidded, listening to a comfort that has just lowered itself over everything. The lavender-shawled woman looks at the landscape quilt and smiles in that candle-bright way. He is stitching a lamp into the dark, she murmurs, and the quilter's shoulders settle another small, happy inch. Courage climbs down from the loft, and the keeper pours him a cup of night tea, steam curving like cursive over the rim. It tastes like the moment just before you fall asleep, when every corner of the room agrees to be kind. The keeper presses a tiny tin into his paw, light as a promise. Falling buttons, it says on the lid. For journeys when the way wants stars more than words. He slips it into the pouch, and the pouch feels like a pocket a grandmother once taught to hold exactly what you need and exactly no more. The path back down the hill is half light, half shadow, stitched with a cricket hush. Courage walks until the chime forest of pins sways around him and sings a note so round it could be held in 2 hands. In that round note he hears Muriel humming in the real room. Hears the chairs slow rocking. Hears the wind combing the satin grass far away. The hum beneath the path matches his breathing without trying. He stops at the denim brook and taps a paw to the surface. It answers with a ring of ripples that travel out until they are the softest circles in the world. He sets one of the tiny star buttons on the water for a moment, just to watch it glow against the moving blue, then lifts it again and tucks it back. Patience is also a way home. At the cottage, he lays the falling button's tin on the sill beside the apricot button, the silver feather, and the lavender sachet. The items rest together like old friends who do not need to talk to know they are known. He smooths the quilt bed with a paw, a small blessing pressed into soft. The chair keeps its clockless rhythm. The lamp lowers, agreeing with the night. Far off, the windmill arms turn and turn, measuring nothing except the ease in the air. The meadow he mended breathes a slow yes. In the patchwork library, a book closes itself to keep the page of a dream. The button constellatory roof holds its new star like a quiet heart holds a promise. In the club room, Muriel tucks the bluebell square into her growing blanket and ties off a thread with the tender firmness of someone who knows good endings when she feels them. Courage curls down, and the hum rises through floor and fabric and into him until his breath and the world are telling each other the same soothing story. The sky above the cottage blinks its button eyes in a pattern that makes the lids heavy, and the mouth tilt toward a smile without anyone noticing. Rest here, says the path. Soon, says the wind. Tomorrow, says the chair. One more kindness, and then the day will fold itself neatly. And the stitched knight agrees, rocking the little house in a cradle only quilts know how to make, while courage drifts into a sleep that holds everything he has mended, like beads on a string, counting them not with numbers, but with peace. The last stretch of night is the softest, the hour when even moonlight seems to speak in yawns. In the cottage, the lamp is a low ember. The chair rocks as if it were dreaming of rocking, and courage wakes with that floaty feeling that arrives when everything you needed from sleep has already found you. The pouch on the sill waits with its little company of comforts, and when he slips it over his shoulder, the room answers with a contented hush, the kind you hear in a well-tucked bed. Outside, the ribbon path is a pale seam running through deep blue. The button stars blink a slow pattern, and somewhere high above the home star, he set last night gives off a warmth that can be felt more than seen. The hum is steady and low, a note held by the whole world with the patience of a choir that knows the last line by heart. One more kindness, the path seems to whisper. Courage pads toward the hill where the button consolatory rests. The door opens before his paw can lift, and the keeper greets him with night tea and a cup that remembers his hands. The sky dome overhead is quiet and sure, its new stitches lying easy, its loosened seams breathing as freely as lungs in sleep. "You've mended the high places," says the keeper, voice soft as a folded shawl. "There is one stitch left, and it belongs to the road home." He nods, and the keeper presses a small ribbon to his paw, thin as a sigh, dyed the color of dawn that hasn't happened yet. "Tie this where the path meets a threshold," they say. A sleeper's hymn lets good dreams follow without tugging. Courage tucks the ribbon into the pouch and descends the spool ladder, each rung giving that cheerful little bounce he will always remember. The chime forest of pins sways as he passes and sings the roundest note yet, a sound like a circle drawn in a single breath. At the denim brook, he watches the ripples widen and fade, then drop a tiny star from the falling button's tin. The water carries it a little way, leaving a bright trail like kindness remembered, then returns it to his paw without fuss. "Keep your light," the brook seems to say. "The night knows your name now." The meadow of mending opens its satin grasses and bows, thin places hold. The handkerchief stone he tended has settled deeper, secure in the earth, and the wind combs the field with the slowness of hands smoothing a quilt over knees. At the edge, where the loom stands like a gate, the lavender-shawled woman waits. Her smile smooths the last wrinkle in the dark. "You listened with your hand," she says, "which is how things learn to be whole enough. Take this and finish what you began." From her palm she offers a tiny knot of thread the color of first light through the curtains. He accepts the thread and feels its warmth along his paw pads. The windmill of rulers turns and turns in the near distance, measuring nothing urgent, just the ease in the air. The keeper there lifts a cup in greeting, and courage feels the measure of time become nothing but kindness. Tuckito. Farther on, the patchwork library holds its breath the way quiet rooms do when morning is almost here. The librarian with thimble glasses sets a folded cloth at the window. On it, the map he softened has deepened to a calm glow, lines curving with welcome. Space is wide enough for rest. A stamp in the corner, the sleeping star shines like a wink. "Roads stay gentle when hearts do," the librarian murmurs, and courage understands that he has been drawing home this whole time. He reaches the gate of buttons sewn with X's and takes out the apricot button that has traveled so faithfully with him. It hums in the same key as the path, and the gate opens with a sigh like covers turned down. Beyond it waits the hall of bindings, quilts swaying from curved branches, each one a sky that knows the names of its stars. The lavender woman is there too, as if she lives wherever comfort needs hands. She points to the large landscape quilt, the calm world that has carried him. It glows with that soft fullness only quilters notice, as if it has eaten a good supper of stories. "We finish by releasing," she says, voice like linen folded on a shelf. "We bind by remembering we can let go." Courage lays the pouch upon the floor and opens it. The silver feather rests on his paw like a whisper that has finally said its piece. He lifts it to the cloth and draws one last line, a curve that meets the map's gentle roads and the home star's warm circle. Loosening first, he hears the seam-ripper bird say, fluttering down to touch a single tight stitch near the edge. With the tiny whispering pop of a knot unlearning itself, the quilt's breath deepens. He ties the dawn-dyed ribbon across the threshold where the path meets the edge of the world, a sleeper's hem that invites dreams to visit, and then return to their rooms before the day begins. The knot he makes is not the hard sort that insists. It is the small, good knot that remembers how to be undone with one thoughtful pull. He uses the first light thread for the final bar tack. 2 quiet bites of the needle, neat and modest, the finishing touch that holds a corner without calling attention to itself. The hall leans into its hush. Fireflies settle, the quilt still. The path brightens to the exact shade a window takes on when morning has not arrived but plans to. And within the landscape quilt, a door opens, not with a creak, but with the exhale of someone sinking into a favorite chair. Courage steps through. The Quilt Club room receives him with butter-soft lamplight and the company of women whose shoulders have reached that end-of-evening ease. Muriel looks up at once because hearts look up before eyes do. "There you are, my dear," she says, and her voice is the softest blanket he has ever known. She pats her knee, and he hops into the warm valley between apron and shawl. He smells tea and thread and a little lavender, and beneath it all the clean, small scent of home. The lavender-shawled woman nods toward Muriel's growing blanket. "May I?" The word carries more gentleness than any permission form ever written. Muriel lifts the edge, and together they lay the bluebell square, the map he softened, the kindness he mended, into the blanket story. The last stitch is the kind that disappears and yet keeps everything from feeling alone. The binding along the quilt's edge is smooth and faithful, not tight, not loose, simply true. Ears low with happiness, Courage watches Muriel tie off the thread and smooth the work with the back of her hand, that blessing he knows so well. The kettle gives one soft click as it agrees to rest. The clock hums its slow time. The quilters fold their voices into quiet. In the corner, the large landscape quilt glows in a way only a quilt can glow when it knows it has done what it came to do. The walk home is a hush of moths and warm night. The lantern path remembers their steps and shows them where the earth has always been kind. The farmhouse receives them like a sigh returning to its chest. Muriel lays the new quilt across the back of the couch, and it fits as if the couch had been made long ago with this very quilt in mind. She settles into a rocker. Courage curls so that one paw touches her slipper. Outside, the pasture lifts a small breeze to the window and leaves it there as a gift. He places the pouch on the sill. The apricot button brightens once, then goes quiet. The silver feather lies beside it, light as a promise kept. The lavender sachet releases the smallest thread of scent into the room and then rests. The falling button's tin clicks itself closed with a shy little sound. The home star high above holds the roof as gently as a hand holds a bird. And the hum returns to the key of sleep. Muriel's breath and Courage's breath find it and settle into it. Two notes that always wanted to be a chord. The night draws its seam along the edges of the house, loose enough to let dreams wander, snug enough to gather every good thing close. Across the field, the windmill turns as if counting blessings instead of minutes. In the meadow of mending, the grasses sway a slow yes. In the patchwork library, the softened road waits to be read again. In the hall of bindings, the quilts hang without clinging. In the constellatory, the constellations hold their places with friendly patience. Three little lamps watching over everything you mean when you whisper home. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the sleeper's hem flutter, not to wake anyone, only to let comfort pass between worlds like a greeting between neighbors who share a fence of flowers. Muriel's hand finds Courage's back and rests there, light as a quilt on a summer night. He feels the whole journey arrange itself inside him, like pieces that always belonged, like stars that were always a shape, but needed a name spoken softly. The house leans deeper into the blue. The chair rocks the last few strokes of the day. Courage's eyes grow heavy, then kind, then closed. The quilt on the couch keeps its promises without saying a thing, and nowhere becomes everywhere a heart needs, which is to say, a place where a dog and his person fall asleep with the gentlest story stitched into the quiet and the quiet stitched into them. Night folds over nowhere like a warm shawl, and the old farmhouse settles into its evening music. The kettle sighs, the clock hums, and the wind glides across the yard with that sandy hush that sounds like someone smoothing a blanket. Muriel rocks in her chair with a patchwork draped over her knees, slow and contented. Courage rests by her slippers, chin on his paws, listening to the small piece of a house that knows it is loved. Then a new note joins the night, low, round, and far, as if a cello were humming beneath the earth. The floorboards give a friendly little shiver. The teacups on the shelf ring once like quiet bells, and the wind shifts so that it carries a saltless scent, dry and warm, like sun-baked dunes remembering daylight. Muriel lifts her head and smiles the way people smile when a childhood lullaby finds them again. Do you hear it, dear? The desert is singing tonight. Courage's ears lift. The sound is not a warning. It is an invitation. Across the yard, the pasture has turned to ripples, soft dunes rolling where fields were only an hour ago. Sand sifts over the porch step as gently as flour. Out beyond the windmill, a long, rounded shape passes under the surface, not breaking it so much as breathing it into little tides. A great eye rises, polished like driftwood, calm as moonlight on a still pond. It blinks once at the farmhouse, and the barn sways in a friendly nod. The sand whale has come. Its voice arrives not through the door, but through the floor, and the kettle, and the clock, and Courage's small, steady chest. I have traveled under your house many nights, the voice hums, never to startle, only to listen. Tonight I have come to settle an old promise, to carry kindness where it was once borrowed and bring it home again. Will a brave heart ride the dunes with me, so the story can finish softly? From the kitchen doorway, Eustace grumbles without much heat, as if grumbling is a sweater he forgets to take off. He holds his hat like a stubborn memory and stares at the shifting yard. Muriel answers the house instead of the hat. Some debts are only thirsty promises, she says in a voice that warms the floorboards. Give them a sip and they lie down to sleep. She turns to Courage and smooths his ears. You are good at carrying water, my dear, even when it looks like thread or song. Go see what the night is asking. I will keep the kettle friendly. She opens a small tin and tucks two little comforts into a soft pouch for him to wear. A thimble-sized hourglass with sand the color of pale honey. Turn this when you need the world to breathe slower, and a scallop shell as smooth as satin. Listen through this, and you will hear what is being asked, not just what is being said. She adds a strip of linen ribbon that smells faintly of peppermint tea, for tying a thought to a feeling so they won't lose each other. Courage pads out onto the porch. The air is warm and velvet dry, and it hums in the same key as the whale. He steps down, and the sand accepts his paws like a lap taking a cat. The whale glides nearer, a big gentle hill under the night, and lowers its broad brow until it is a doorstep at Courage's feet. "Ride, little heart," the whale rumbles, "and we will not hurry. We will only go as fast as a lullaby." Courage climbs up. The whale's skin is not rough, not slick, but something in between, like a polished board that remembers being a tree and is glad for both. A shallow trough runs along its back, filled with dune grass that makes a soft nest. He curls there, snug and sure, the pouch warm against his side. The whale lifts, and the dunes lift with it, and together they slip into the sandy sea. Nowhere becomes elsewhere without ever ceasing to be home. The windmill turns slowly behind them, measuring kindness instead of minutes. The hedgerow becomes a coastline of low, honey-colored cliffs. Mika winks from the dunes like sleepy stars, and the thimble moon tips its brim as if to say, "You will not be alone between here and there." "And tell me your story," Courage thinks, and the whale answers without words, only hums that Courage can hear with his paws. Long ago, a promise was stitched into the sand by hands that meant well, and yet did not stay. The sand remembers. It is patient, as quilts are patient, holding a missing piece until a returning hand feels brave enough to lay it where it belongs. Tonight the dunes have shifted into a road of remembering. We will follow it to the shelf of amber suns where old words turn sweet and float home, and then to the ledger reef where footprints learn how to forgive themselves. The names sound like bedtime to Courage. He lifts the scallop shell to his ear and hears wind traveling through long, hollow places. Hallways of dune, gullies of hush, gathering stories as it goes. There is an old hat in that wind, a stubborn shape, and a name that always spoke too loudly to hear its own echo. In the shell, the name is just a thread. It will knot where it needs to knot and loosen where it needs to loosen. Courage feels his chest unclench by a small, soft degree. The whale swims beneath a buried fence, its posts showing as wooden ribs in the sand. One is a gate of knotted rope, and as they pass, the knots loosen with little whispering pops, as though someone has finally said, "It's all right to stop holding on so tightly." Beyond the gate, the dunes open wider. A low bell sounds from nowhere in particular, a tone as round as a bread loaf. The whale slows and Courage turns the little hourglass. The honey sand inside takes its time falling, and the wind agrees to match it. They come upon a half-buried sign, its letters wearing a tide of grit. Courage brushes it with his paw. "The sand whale strikes," it says, but the words don't feel like hitting. They feel like a match being struck in a windy room, the gentle kind of strike that coaxes a small, waiting light to show itself. The whale nods beneath him, a deep bow that moves a dune a little. A strike of light, the hum agrees. A way to see what needs easing. Ahead, a shape begins to glow under the surface. A long shelf made of smooth, amber-like stones, each one holding a memory like a moth under glass, not trapped, just resting until someone lifts the lid. The whale sinks lower, the dunes part like curtains, and warm air rises with a scent like saltless sea and sun-warmed rope. The shelf of amber suns, the whale sings in that floor-deep tone, and Courage's eyes soften in the way of dogs whose hearts have found a gentle task. We will stop here, little rider, and let the old light find us. Each amber sun holds a story that wants finishing. Touch them with listening, not with worry, and they will rise. The whale settles into a cradle of sand so that Courage's nest sits level and safe. The dunes around them breathe, rising and returning, as if asleep on purpose. Courage loosens the linen ribbon from his pouch and ties it gently around his wrist, the knot soft enough to undo with a thought. He places the shell beside him and the hourglass where he can see it without trying. He rests his paw on the nearest amber stone. It is warm as bread, and it hums in a key that reminds him of Muriel's laughter. A picture swims up through the honey light, a younger man with a hat too big for his head, standing on a dune with a bag of seeds he promised to sow and never did. The wind keeps the seeds safe in its pocket, still waiting, not angry, just patient. Courage hears the rest of the night lean in, the windmill far away, turning as if nodding yes. The kettle at home settling on its trivet the way a bird settles on a nest. Muriel's chair rocking 2 slow strokes, then 2 more. Even Eustace's stubborn hat seems to sit gentler upon its hook. The hourglass falls 1 grain at a time. Courage breathes with it. The whale's bass note holds a long line that says, "You have time." What is borrowed can be returned to its right shape without scolding. What is owed can be paid in kindness and listening. What was forgotten can be remembered softly. The whale lifts them with the gentlest surge and carries Courage from the cradle of the shelf. The dunes around are different now, still dunes, still night, but easier, as if a path has remembered it is a path. Out ahead, the ground grows darker in long, calm bands, like waves that forgot to break. The whale's eye rises, polished and kind. Ledger Reef lies on the far side of those bands, the hum says. It is where steps are counted and then forgiven, where tallies turn into songs. Between here and there, the sand smooths into a straight, shining run. The whale swims beneath it, slow and certain, and the mica winks like tiny nods of approval. Courage curls deeper into the dune grass trough and lets the motion rock him the way porch swing rocks a summer night. He lifts the shell once more. Through it, he hears a faint, stubborn heartbeat softened by a beat or two. He thinks of a hat on a hook, sitting a little lighter than before. They pass a stretch where the wind sings a round, low note. Courage turns the hourglass just to watch it fall, even though time has already agreed to be gentle. Grain by grain, breath by breath, the night moves as if it has nowhere else to be. The whale glides on, carrying their small, shared quiet toward the reef. When they arrive, the sand becomes smooth as satin and pale as old paper. Patterns show faintly in the surface. Lines, loops, small marks like stitches, ledgers written by wind and wheel and boot and paw. Not harsh, not accusing, just records of how the day was walked. The whale sinks, so Courage's nest is level again. Rest here a moment, hums that friendly voice. Ledger Reef likes it when heart's slow before reading. Courage turns the hourglass one more time. He sets the shell beside it. He breathes along with the falling sand and the deep hum. The marks in the reef seem to rise and soften as if ink were turning back into water. The sky above holds the little constellation he made, showing the way he came and hinting at the way home. The hourglass finishes. The dunes whisper an easy yes. Ledger Reef waits, ready to be touched with listening hands. And somewhere far behind them, the farmhouse leans into the night, certain of its dog and its people, the chair keeping its patient rhythm, the kettle keeping its warmth, the window keeping its moth. Ledger Reef lies smooth as satin, pale as old paper, the night brushing it with the soft hand of a librarian. Marks show faintly in the surface. Loops, lines, little ticks like stitches. No blame in them, only memory. The whale settles deeper, so Courage's dune grass cradle becomes level again. The hum lowers to the tone houses make when everyone is asleep and safe. Courage turns the hourglass. Honey sand begins its patient fall. He sets the scallop shell to his ear. Through it, the reef speaks in quiet phrases, not words so much as meanings, steps taken too quickly. A promise spoken from the mouth instead of the heart. A door closed a little louder than it needed to be. The reef does not accuse. It asks for smoothing. A figure rises from the pale surface, driftwood gentle, with eyes the color of warm rope and a smile stitched from patience. Tally keeper, says the whale's T.A. Amber stone warms under Courage's paw. Somewhere seeds move in the wind's pocket, ready to travel. The dunes arrange themselves into a pathway glimmering with mica, leading toward a deeper glow just ahead. The sand hums as if it, too, likes a good ending. Rest here a moment more, says the whale without speaking. When you are ready, we will lift the first sun and let it float where it belongs. The night agrees by growing one shade cozier, the sky tucking its stars like buttons into a quilted seam. Courage nestles into the dune grass cradle, the pouch snug at his side, and lets the hum draw his breath into a perfect, unhurried rhythm. The shelf of amber suns warms the air like bread taken from an oven, and Courage lets his paw rest on the glowing stone he found. Inside the honey light, the picture of the man and the bag of seeds steadies, not a scold, just a memory waiting for its next line. He lifts the scallop shell to his ear. Through it, the wind speaks more clearly. The seeds were promised to the dunes after a good harvest, a handful for the whale trail so flowers could mark safe paths. The harvest came and went. The promise did not. Courage turns the tiny hourglass. The pale honey sand inside begins to fall with the calm of a late afternoon. He breathes with it, slow and even. With his other paw, he unties the linen ribbon and loops it gently around the amber sun, not to hold it down, but to give it a way to be carried. Thought to feeling, feeling to action, ribbon to light. Lift when you feel ready, hums the whale, voice deep as floorboards in a friendly house. Courage eases his paw under the warm stone. It is lighter than it looks, like a loaf that rose well. He raises it to the night, and the ribbon lengthens all by itself, thin as dawn, simple as a road. The amber sun floats, not fast, not slow, just the speed of an idea turning true. Up it goes until it finds a place in the sky and rests, glowing like a small, remembered kindness. A breeze moves across the dunes, and in it, Courage hears faint laughter, the sort that comes when someone remembers what they meant to do and finally does it. The shelf hums under paw. Another amber stone brightens nearby, warmer at the edges like a teacup in two hands. Inside this one, Courage sees a hat shadow in a small, glimmering shape tucked in a pocket. A smooth sand pearl borrowed for luck and never returned. The shell at his ear carries the sound of a door left open too long, not anger, a call to close something gently. He turns the hourglass again. Grain by grain, the fall says there is time to do this kindly. He places two paws on the stone and listens before he moves. A picture rises, a day too windy, a heart too proud to admit it forgot. Courage nods to no one in particular, threads the linen ribbon through the warm light, and lifts. The pearl memory rises with the same good hush, finds its place beside the first sun, and settles like a button stitched back where it belongs. Below, the whale's great back expands and eases with a long breath. The dunes close and open like the pages of a book being turned with care. Far away, the windmill takes one slow sweep of its arm as if to say, "That was the measure we were hoping for." On the shelf, a third glow stirs, smaller this time. In it, Courage sees a single footprint pressed deep and never smoothed away like a frown held too long. He cups the stone and listens through the shell. The wind says, "This is the mark of a hard word left in the sand." The dunes can carry it, but they do not need to. Courage turns the hourglass, lifts the little sun, and lets it float. As it finds its place, a gentle hush passes over the ground. The deep print loosens, rises, and becomes only soft sand again. The sky above them now holds 3 quiet lights, and the faint line that joins them into a shape Courage did not know he knew. A small constellation, simple as a smile shared without words. The whale hums that pleased. Low note again. "You are drawing the way home, little rider," the voice says without speaking. The shelf of amber suns is lighter by 3 old thoughts. The dunes can move more easily now. Courage rests his paw on the 4th stone and closes his eyes for a moment. Muriel's chair rocks once in the far-off room. The kettle clicks. A moth touches the window and drifts on. He opens his eyes and lifts. The 4th sun rises, then the 5th, and with each one the night grows friendlier, the sand less tight in its curves, the air tasting less of remembering and more of relief. When the 6th amber finds its place, the shelf itself sighs, a soft settling sound like a drawer sliding closed without effort. Courage ties the ribbon back around his wrist. The hourglass holds a last small hill of honey sand and then finishes. The shell is warm against his ear. "Thank you," it seems to say, not with words, but with the quiet you get when a room has been put back in order. And the reef seems to bow. The keeper carries a small rake made of combed reeds and a string of shell bells that chime like distant teaspoons. "Welcome, little rider. Here we count so we can stop counting. We read so we can rest." Courage nods and loops the linen ribbon from his wrist around the handle of the reed rake, tying thought to feeling so the hands can follow. He breathes with the hourglass and steps down onto the satin sand. It holds him kindly, the way a lap holds a cat. The first set of marks waits, tight little scritches in a cluster, like a heart remembering to hurry. He listens through the shell. This was a day that ran ahead of itself, says the reef in a hush. No harm meant. Just hurry. Courage draws the rake once, slow as a rocking chair. The scritches lengthen into gentle waves, room where there had been none. He pauses, sprinkles a pinch of patience from his breath, and the shell bells give a tiny answer. The marks ease back into sand. A small song rises, the sound of feet learning the slower way home. Next is a long, straight groove pressed a fraction too deep, like a line spoken without softness. Courage kneels and lays his paw flat over it. The shell lets him hear the moment before the line was made, a wind, a dusty mouth, a tired shoulder. He lets the hourglass fall one breath longer. Then he lifts the reed rake and crosses the groove with a wide, welcoming curve, the shape of a door opened for a friend. The straightness widens, softens, becomes an arch. The keeper touches a shell bell. It chimes the note people make when they say, "I see you and mean it." A small circle comes next, scuffed and stubborn like a hat that didn't want to hang where it was asked. Courage smiles without showing teeth. He remembers the hook by the farmhouse door and the way it sometimes has to be asked twice. He sets the scallop shell over the circle for a moment, as if to let it nap. When he lifts it, He ties the linen ribbon once around the circle and draws the ends outward into an easy figure 8. There, a loop for breathing. The circle loosens into 2 sleepy seeds that roll apart and rest exactly where they won't bump anyone. The reef brightens by a shade only night would notice. Far off, the windmill turns once and pauses as if counting a blessing instead of a minute. The whale's eye rises and lowers a slow nod. Courage moves along the pale plain with the keeper beside him, reed rake and shell bells keeping time with the hourglass. Little tallies appear, rows of 5 like fence pickets. The shell lifts their quiet story. Days of small forgettings, watering late, speaking later, noticing later still. He draws across them with a broad, gentle sweep, and the fence becomes a field, each mark a furrow where something new can grow. The keeper shakes the shells. They sound like a rain that doesn't rush. A deeper mark waits at the edge of the reef, a stamp from a heavy boot that sank and stayed. Courage lays the shell against it and hears a name that once spoke too loudly to hear itself echo. The reef says only this: you can lift without scolding. He presses his paw into the stamp, not to bury it, but to share the weight. Then he rakes outward in 4 slow rays, the shape Muriel makes with her fingertips when she smooths a blanket. The boot mark rises, lifts, loosens into soft ridges that look like a smile discovering itself. When the last set of lines has been read and resung, the keeper bows and presses something into Courage's paw. A tiny bead of clear amber, no bigger than a lentil, with a moth-wing shimmer inside. Receipt of rest, says the reef in its not words. Proof that what was counted has been sung. Courage slips it into his pouch, and the pouch feels more itself, the way a pocket feels when it's carrying exactly the right small thing. He turns the hourglass for the pleasure of watching the last grains fall. The whale lifts them with a kindness that makes the dunes breathe deeper. Ledger Reef fades back to satin silence. Its marks, now a low music, stitched into the ground. Above, the little constellation he said earlier glows warmer, and from it a faint line reaches out toward the horizon, pointing not to punishment, but to finishing. We'll ride the trade of borrowed things, hums the whale, heading for a place where tools remember their homes and hands remember their promises. The shelf has lightened. The reef has sung. The road is ready. They drift on. The sand villages under the surface pass like slow thoughts. Coiled ropes asleep in their bins, shovels leaning shoulder to shoulder, jars of screws dreaming quietly. Courage settles back into the dune grass trough, the reed rake's borrowed weight gone from his paws, but its rhythm still in his chest. He lifts the scallop shell. Through it he hears the farmhouse take a peaceful breath. The kettle's warmth has become a small weather in the kitchen. Muriel's chair rocks 2 strokes and then rests, satisfied with the day. Even the hat on its hook decides to hang, just for now. The whale swims a long, low arc, and the dunes ahead flatten into a gentle plaza where the wind has laid everything in neat rows. Trade of borrowed things sings the sand in a lullaby tone. On low tables of packed earth sit tidy piles, seed bags, coiled lines, a tin of buttons, a ledger with no ink in it at all. No one else is there, and yet the place feels attended, the way a well-kept porch feels even when its people are in the kitchen. The whale settles. Courage lifts the hourglass one last time, not to measure, only to honor slowness. He places the scallop shell beside it, and the tiny amber bead next to the shell, a bright dot of thanks. Then he steps down, paws making the quietest prints the reef ever taught. The plaza waits, not asking, simply ready. Somewhere under all this, a stubborn name loosens by a hair's breadth. The first easy inch of a knot, remembering it, can be untied. Courage looks up. The constellation line from the shelf meets the plaza and bends toward a darker, sweeter corner of night, where something like a cupboard door stands open in the dunes. The whale hums the note that means almost there. Courage breathes it in, gentle and deep, and feels the whole journey hold together like squares in a quilt, soft and sure. The hour is kind. The sand is listening. The next task will be lighter for the songs already sung, and the night, pleased, tucks its stars a little closer, as if making a pocket where the rest of the story can ride without spilling. The plaza of packed sand is neat as a well-kept porch, each low table holding a little pile that feels familiar even before you know why. Seed bags folded like sleeping birds, coils of line lying in gentle spirals, a tin of buttons that remembers Sunday shirts, a ledger with no ink at all, just the faint shine of patience. The whale settles until Courage's dune grass cradle is level, and the hum softens to the note a house makes when the last lamp is turned low. Courage turns the hourglass, not to hurry anything, only to let slowness gather. The honey sand begins its soft descent. He lifts the scallop shell to his ear. Through it, the plaza speaks in meanings instead of words. Things borrowed are not scolding. They are simply homesick. Name their home kindly, and they will walk there themselves. A figure rises from the warm ground, shaped like wind-carved driftwood in the shape of a person, with pockets stitched from rope ends and eyes like polished beach stones. Keeper of the trade, the whale hums, and the plaza seems to nod. "Welcome, little rider," says the keeper in a voice that sounds like a drawer sliding without squeak. Here we help goods remember their addresses. Here hands practice returning. Courage loosens the linen ribbon from his wrist and ties a small loop in one end, a gentle tag for whatever needs a path. He pads to the first table. The seed bags breathe a dusty, hopeful sigh. He listens through the shell. The wind promised to carry us along the whale trails. The seeds whisper, to mark safe paths with flowers. We stopped in a pocket and fell asleep. Courage ties the ribbon around the topmost bag and lifts it to the breeze. It is light as a thought turning true. The knot knows where to go. The bag rises, tips, and a shimmer of tiny seeds drifts into the air, glinting like morning dust. The wind pockets them carefully and steps away across the dunes, already planting blossoms. Next, the coil of line. It smells faintly of old fence and sunny posts. Through the shell, Courage hears a gate creak that didn't have to. We were borrowed to mend a corner and left on a hook to grow stiff. He loops the ribbon through the coil and gives it the lightest toss. It unspools with a pleased little whisper and slides under the sand, traveling toward the memory of two posts that have stood patient and apart. The plaza nods the way porches do when something has been put back where it belongs. He opens the tin of buttons. Inside are friendly, mismatched rounds, bone, wood, pearly bits of old moon. The shell carries a soft, laundry sun scent. Sunday shirts, napkins that wanted to be saved instead of scolded. A cuff that needed grace. Courage threads the linen ribbon through the tin's hinge, not to keep it shut, only to escort it along. The tin toddles off on 3 button feet it didn't know it had. Tinny feet that make the gentlest clink-clink, heading toward a drawer that's been saving a space. The ledger waits last on the front table, its pages clean as breath on a cool window. The keeper touches it with 2 fingers. Counts that never needed to harden live here, they say, with a smile that shows how to forgive the day. Courage lays the shell upon the ledger and listens. A few small tallies rise in pale lines, one for a word that forgot to please, one for a door that forgot to hush, one for a kindness delayed until it missed its best moment. He turns the hourglass. When the last grain falls, the lines soften back into paper. The ledger closes itself, not to hide, but to rest. Across the plaza, the sand opens like a cupboard in the dunes, and the dark within is warm as a pocket. The keeper gestures. The borrowed pantry, they murmured, where held-back songs and saved-for-later voices wait to be carried home. The whale lifts its brow so courage can step down. The dune gives underpaw like a cushion that knows how to bear weight without complaint. Inside the pantry, the air is amber dim. Shelves carved from packed sand holding modest treasures wrapped in cloth. A jar labeled, "A story saved for a better mood." A parcel marked, "Please return to the afternoon we promised." And there, tucked away behind a folded towel of silence, a slender case of reed and wood. Courage knows the shape before the shell confirms it. A song borrowed in a windstorm, says the pantry in its not words, the little tune that was meant to ride an old accordion back to where an apology waited. He lifts the case. It hums a faint, lonely note. The reed inside is stuck with a grain of grit no larger than a freckle. Courage turns the hourglass so the world around them breathes even slower. He sets the shell against the reed and listens until the grit tells him where it is hiding. Then, with a careful paw, he loosens it. The tiniest whispering pop, the kind of sound the seam-ripper bird makes when it frees a stubborn stitch. The reed sighs, a thread of music rising like steam from a cup. The keeper of the trade appears at his shoulder with a small ribbon, dyed the color of dawn. Tie a path, they say. Let the song remember the way. Courage knots the dawn ribbon to the reed's tail and gives the gentlest pull. The tune floats out, small and clear, no marching in it, only porch time and second chances. It drifts through the pantry door and into the plaza, then circles once above the whale as if grateful for the long, low road here. The whale opens its great mouth and receives the tune without swallowing it, holding it the way a bell holds a note, letting it ring for someone far away to hear when their heart is ready. The plaza breathes a little deeper. Outside, in the world of wood and kettle, a hat on a hook feels lighter by a finger's weight, not fixed, not scolded, simply invited to hang softly. There are two more shelves. One holds a stack of envelopes made of breeze, the kind you can only open with a slower pulse. He touches the shell to their corners and hears old kindnesses, addressed but not yet sent. He ties the linen ribbon through the top envelope's flap. It slips free and floats toward the farmhouse, where a teacup and a rocker are practiced at receiving tender mail. On the last shelf sits a tiny box no bigger than Courage's paw, lid tied with twine. The shell carries a hush from it, the hush of a word never said because the mouth forgot to soften around it. Courage lifts the box and the twine unties itself, relieved. Inside is a single syllable, small as a seed, bright as the morning over wheat. "Sorry," it says without sound. He cradles it. The keeper nods toward the whale. "Everyone rides with us," they whisper. "Delivered in the key of the sea, it will land where it belongs." They step back into the plaza. The trade of borrowed things has less upon its tables now. The seed bags have breathed their breaths into the wind. The coil has found its posts. The tin is on its data. The ledger glows faintly with the restful pride of a shelf put in order. Courage places the small box with its seed syllable beside the reed case on the whale's brow. The whale lowers its head in a bow deep enough to move a dune an inch. Debts prefer to be sung rather than tallied, the hum says. "Tonight we will sing." They ride again. The dunes open in long, calm lanes, and Mika winks like agreeable eyes. Courage settles into the dune grass trough, the pouch warm against his side. He turns the hourglass for the pleasure of watching the last hill fall, then tips it back, empty and content. He lifts the shell and listens. Somewhere behind them, the farmhouse breathes like a sleeping animal that trusts the dark. Muriel's rocker moves 2 strokes and then 1, and the kettle decides to stay warm without working at it. Ahead, the sand grows shallower over bedrock that remembers river songs from a time before the dunes. The whale slows, humming the note that means almost, not yet, almost. On the horizon, a line of low lights brightens, not lamps, not stars, seed flowers opening in the night where the wind carried them, small blooms marking the whale trails in soft, pale cups. The road of remembering is now a road of petals. We will deliver the little song and the seed syllable at the drift porch, the whale tells the ground, where old names sit with their hats in their hands and learn how to listen. No one will be scolded there, only met. The plaza behind them settles, as porches do when chairs are set back in their places. The borrowed pantry closes its warm cupboard door with the quiet of completed chores. The keeper lifts a hand and the shell bells ring that teaspoon chime, a blessing for travelers who return what they carried. Courage watches the petaled path gather ahead, a soft constellation poured onto the ground. He breathes with the whale's long note, with the slow tide of sand, with the easy courage that comes when every task is only a kindness done carefully. The drift porch waits, and beyond it, the part of the night where home begins turning the lamp a little higher for whoever is on the way. The dune grass nest holds him, the pouch rests, the ribbon's knot lays against his wrist like a promise that knows how to be untied when the time comes. And the sea of sand smiles in its quiet way, pleased with how a borrowed thing remembers its place when someone whispers the address gently enough. The petaled trail gathers like spilled moonlight, soft cups opening where the wind sowed its promise. The whale moves beneath it with the hush of a big heart on its best behavior, and Courage's dune grass nest rocks in a rhythm that could teach any breath how to be kind. Far ahead, a shape appears in the sand, a porch without a house, roofed in old driftwood, posts wrapped in rope polished by time. 2 chairs wait there, turned slightly toward each other as if they were already listening. The whale settles until the nest lies level. The air smells faintly of rope and warmed shells, and far off the seed flowers wink like patient lanterns. Courage lifts the little reed case and the tiny box with its seed syllable. He turns the hourglass for the feel of it, though it is empty now, and the world agrees to slow anyway. He sets the scallop shell to his ear. Through it, the porch speaks the way a lap speaks to a tired child. Sit, and we will not hurry what knows how to arrive. A low bell sounds inside the whale, the kind of tone a harbor keeps for itself. The great mouth opens, not to take, only to ring, and the tune Courage, freed from the reed, floats out small and clear. It is a porch song, born for evenings and do-overs, the kind of melody that straightens its collar before it knocks. The drift porch takes it in and rocks once, the chairs moving a few inches, the rope posts easing the shoulders. The song finds its level and spreads like tea warmth through a cup. A breeze arrives carrying a name, the way wind carries chaff and keeps the grain. The name is stubborn and shy at once, like a hat that doesn't know where to be useful when it's not outside. It touches the porch steps, pauses, and almost turns. The song hums again, patient. Courage sets the tiny box on the driftwood rail. The twine unties itself as if relieved to be asked so gently. The lid lifts. The single syllable inside looks up with the bright morning in it, and rolls into the air as neatly as a seed onto soil. Sorry, it doesn't fly. It travels the way a hand reaches, present and simple. It crosses the small space between the rail and the name on the wind and lands exactly where it needed to with no splash at all. The porch breathes. One chair creaks the tiniest, friendliest creak. The rope around the post settles half an inch. The seed flowers along the trail tip their cups and glow a shade warmer. Far away in the farmhouse, a hook by the door decides to be kind. A hat on it grows the weight of a thought rather than the weight of a habit. In the kitchen, the kettle chooses quiet over testiness. Muriel's rocker gives 2 strokes and then rests with a satisfied little sigh as if it has heard the evening say the word it was waiting for. A figure shaped from blown sand and patience rises on the porch, not a person so much as the idea of one. Hands that remember at last how to stay, shoulders that have learned the trick of loosening without falling apart. Curator of names, hums the wail, and the porch feels like a book just closed over a favorite page. The curator nods to Courage and to the reed case, and to the small, empty box that now holds nothing except the nicest kind of afterglow. Debts answer gentle music better than tallies, says the curator, in a voice like rope sliding easy over wood. Your tune arrived and the word landed. There is one more kindness if you have it. Courage lifts the shell. Through it he hears a tiny rasp inside the whale's great mouth. Not pain, just the sort of pebble a giant would never complain about. The curator gestures and the porch leans nearer the brow of sand. If you take the grain that keeps the bell from ringing entirely true, the night will line up just right for the ride home. He slips down from his nest onto the whale's wide brow. The skin there warms his paws the way sun-warmed steps do. He sets the shell against the place where the bell tones begin and listens until the rasp shows him where it hides. Then he threads the linen ribbon once around 2 small baleen combs, not tight, just guiding, and with a careful touch, lifts a single grain of sand no bigger than a freckle of moon. It comes free with the whispering pop he now knows belongs to Mercy. The whale's tone deepens, truer by a half shade, rounder the way a hug is rounder than a handshake. Thank you, hums that deep voice, and the dunes answer by lying flatter for a long, kind stretch. The curator of names presses a token to Courage's paw. A tiny sand lantern woven from dune grass, lit without flame. The sort of light that never startles. For thresholds, they say. For the places where a step becomes home again. The porch rocks once more, both chairs nodding. The name on the breeze eases itself into the tune, and together they drift across the ripples like 2 neighbors walking without needing to talk. The seed flowers lift their faces as the duet passes, and behind it the air feels finished, not ended, like a sentence that found its period and was grateful for it. The whale turns with the gentleness of a book, being closed by someone who intends to read it again tomorrow. Courage settles back into the dune grass trough, the sand lantern glowing soft in his pouch beside the little amber bead, the empty hourglass, and the scallop shell that smells now of rope and peace. The pedaled trail brightens ahead, not because the night grew darker, but because the way grew sure. They move along the whale trails that the wind marked with flowers, and Micah winks its little good evening. The ledger behind them hums in the low voice of work well sung. The shelf of amber suns rests easier under the dunes, its lifted lights now constellations for other travelers who will never know they were once kept in pockets. Courage lifts the shell and hears the farmhouse lean into its own comfort. Muriel hums without knowing she's humming. A drawer slides closed with pride. The hook by the door keeps a hat without struggle. Even Eustace, heavy with complicated days, rolls toward the cool side of the pillow, and lets a line in his brow smooth out, as if someone had set a reed back in place inside him, small and exact. A breeze spreads across the whale's back, the kind that turns sweat into comfort and worry into a thought that can wait until after breakfast. The whale hums the note that means one last stitch. "We will set a light on your step and tie a hem the morning won't trip over," the voice says. "The petal road leads to your porch, little rider. You will carry the lantern, and I will carry the road." They ride the low arcs of soft dunes until the windmill's patient arms appear, measuring kindness instead of minutes the way they promised. The field beyond has turned back from waves to weak, quiet ripples. The farmhouse roof blinks with dew stars. The porch boards remember every good night that ever crossed them and make space for one more. The whale lifts Courage right up to the step and lowers its brow until it becomes a gentle ramp. The sand lantern warms his paw. The ribbon knot rests against his wrist, the tidy, kindly kind that undoes without fuss. Muriel's chair whispers to the floor, making room for footsteps that are on the way. He steps down. The porch takes his weight the way a lap takes a child. He hangs the sand lantern from the nail near the latch, and it glows like a hush made visible, not bright, just certain. The door remembers to be a door. The house remembers to be a nest. The night remembers to tip into morning without spilling. Out in the yard, the whale curls under a drift and waits the way big, kind things wait when they mean to be there if needed and invisible if not. The seed flowers along the trail close their cups, keeping the glow inside for travelers who will come on some gentler night. The petaled road becomes a memory with a map's good manners ready to be found when called. Courage turns once toward the dunes and bows in the way small, brave hearts bow to big, gentle ones. The whale hums a note that promises we will see each other again whenever the soft kind of errand calls. Then the surface smooths and only the wind knows where an enormous kindness has gone to rest. In the kitchen, a kettle chooses to warm itself a little, simply because someone has come home. The clock practices not being in charge. The chair prepares a slow rock. Courage touches the latch and feels the last stitch waiting, the one you set at a threshold so the day won't catch its heel. He breathes in the lantern light out into the quiet and gathers the ribbon in his paw. One more neat, humble knot for morning. Then the door will open in the key of home. The porch holds its breath in the soft way porches do when a traveler reaches for the latch. Courage stands with the sand lantern, breathing its quiet glow against the wood, the linen ribbon loose and ready in his paw. The house answers him with a friendly hush, the kettled air sweet as a promise. He threads the ribbon once around the latch and the rail, not to lock, only to bless, then ties the neatest, most considerate knot he knows, the kind that keeps a threshold from snagging the heel of a hurried morning. Inside, the kitchen wakes like a cat opening one eye. The kettle warms without fuss. The clock hums a small tune that isn't about minutes. Muriel's rocker lifts itself half an inch, as if the room has been practicing this moment all night. Courage pads to the windowsill and sets down what the road has made dear, the tiny amber bead that is receipt of rest, a bright dot that remembers every tally smoothed into song, the empty hourglass, now only an hour made gentle, the scallop shell that can hear what's being asked and not just what's being said. He leaves the sand lantern outside to keep the porch kind. Muriel steps into the kitchen with the softness of someone who knows how to enter a dream without tearing it. Her hand finds the top of Courage's head and rests there. "You've been out on the sand, my dear." The words are the exact temperature of tea. He leans into her palm, and the journey fits itself inside that small space like dunes, remembering how to be a field. A moment later, Eustace shuffles in, hat in his hands instead of on his head. He sets it down by the door, and it stays without a fight, as if the hook and the hat have finally agreed to be neighbors. He clears his throat in a way that isn't about being in charge. "The rope on the old gate's been set right," he says to the table, "more than to anyone, and the trail past the windmill's got flowers now." Muriel pours tea as if she's heard the most sensible news in the world. She says as the cups breathe steam. The wind always keeps its pockets ready when someone remembers to ask politely. They take their places, Muriel in the rocker, Eustace on the porch step, where the sand lantern has made a circle of hush, courage between them, exactly where listening is best. Through the shell on the sill, the night finishes telling its story in comfortable fragments. The shelf of amber suns, lighter by several small regrets, the ledger reef singing itself smooth, the borrowed pantry tidied, the trade of borrowed things emptying itself of homesickness. Out in the yard, the whale hums once from under the drift, a tone so round it makes the porch boards soften their splinters, then lets the dunes close over its back, here if needed, invisible if not. Dawn begins behind the pasture as a quiet thought, then a warm idea. The seed flowers along the whale trail stir and show their pale cups, each one a little lamp with a petal shade. The windmill measures only kindness and finds it interesting enough to keep counting. The rope at the field's corner gate lies in a fresh, obliging curve, not tight, not loose, just ready. Courage watches the light crawl along the floorboards, see how it pauses with care at the knot he tied, steps neatly over it, and carries on. Muriel lifts her cup, sips, and hums the tune the reed remembered. It fills the kitchen, not like a performance, but like weather, porch weather, second chance weather. Eustace looks at his hands as if they are tools he might be kinder with today. He lets the smallest word roll off his tongue into the room, tidy as a seed. Sorry. He does not look up to see where it lands. He does not need to. The word knows, and the room makes room. Courage noses the door. The sand lantern swings once and steadies. He steps out to the porch and sits with the farmhouse waking around him. The night air is leaving in its slippers, the day arriving in socks. Down the road, petals make a line that will fade by noon into a memory with directions. The hook holds the hat without argument. The latch sits with its knot, like a mouth that remembered to soften before speaking. A small procession appears where the dunes used to be, a seed bag now lightened to a single ribbon, fluttering across the sky. A coil of line sliding under the fence as if it had always meant to be there, a tin of buttons toddling into a drawer that closes itself and sighs. Ledger Reef sends a low chord that sounds like shelves put back in order. The constellatory holds its new pattern with ordinary pride, a few warm points in a patched quilt of sky. The shelf glows far away in the high blue old light now in the habit of showing the way. Muriel joins Courage on the step, shawl about her shoulders, cup in hand. She doesn't ask for the story because sometimes the best way to ask is to sit and let the tale choose its own speed. He leans into her leg, and what needs telling tells itself. The keeper of the trade's drawer-smooth voice. The curator of names rocking the porch with a nod. The tiny box that opened like a morning window. The reed that sang properly once its grit remembered how to let go. Muriel's fingers work as if they had a needle even when they don't, making little pats in the air that smooth all the corners. From the doorway, Eustace says the sort of thing that sits down and behaves. I'll oil the hinge on the gate gate after breakfast, he mutters, which in this house is a love letter written in hardware. Muriel answers with a warm that binds the idea to the day. Courage hears the two sounds tie themselves together in the same knot he used at the latch, the good kind, the one that keeps a threshold tidy and comes undone when the afternoon wants fresh air. The sun clears the low rim of the world. The petal lamps fold into themselves and become only clean sand again, their glow tucked away for some other night. The sand lantern on the nail keeps its softer light, a reminder rather than a beacon. Courage noses it once and it warms his whiskers. A light for thresholds, the curator had said, and this one has already learned the door's name. Breakfast happens in the way good breakfasts do, with butter that remembers how to spread and bread that forgives the knife. Eustace eats with his hat still on the hook. Muriel tells the jam it's done a fine job, and somehow the jar looks pleased. Courage gets a corner of toast in the way of beloved dogs, which is to say, with ceremony disguised as absent-mindedness. The clock decides to be accurate only about the moments that matter. Later, when the plates are in the drying rack and the porch has aired the rugs, Courage carries the shell to the fence and listens. Far beneath the dunes, the whale hums a note that could be mistaken for silence if you didn't know how to listen. It is the sound of a large kindness at rest. He places the shell back on the sill beside the amber bead and the hourglass, and understands that none of it is for keeping exactly. It is for using whenever the day forgets to be gentle. Muriel settles in her chair with a square of cloth the color of sand at morning. She begins to stitch a tiny lantern near the corner, thread glinting like dew. Not bright, just certain, she says, as the needle goes in and out. Eustace steps past the door, and the knot at the latch loosens with one patient pull, then ties itself again after he goes through, unoffended. The gate opens without a squeak. Somewhere down the path, a small bloom decides to show itself out of season. The wind has long pockets and a good memory. Courage curls on the rug where he can see both the porch and the kitchen. His pouch is empty now, except for useful quiet. The ribbon lies across his paws, soft as an old lesson. He blinks the long blink that dogs use to say, "Everything is all right," and then lets his eyes close. The house takes the cue and lowers itself one peaceful inch. Outside, the windmill turns in a rhythm that suits toast and tools and afternoons that do not try to be evenings. The field forgives the night its wanderings and takes the day's light the way a quilt takes a nap. Under the sand, the whale moves once and becomes still, a thought saved for when it's needed. On the porch, the lantern keeps its small circle, making it easy to step out and easy to step in. "When you wake," the morning says without words, "we will walk the kind road you made with your listening. And if a promise or a tool loses its way, we know how to find the trail of petals again." Courage sighs, a thread pulled through fabric just right, and the house echoes it with a contented sound that could be mistaken for nothing if you hadn't spent the night learning how to hear. The knot at the latch holds. The hat stays friendly on its hook. The gate plans to open with grace, and the kitchen keeps a warmth it didn't have to earn. The story has tied its morning hymn. It will not catch. It will only fall well, all through the day. Night slips over nowhere like a velvet curtain, and the old farmhouse hums its bedtime song. The kettle sighs, the clock breathes. Muriel's rocker keeps an easy rhythm that turns the room into a cradle. Courage lies by her slippers, chin on his paws, watching the square of window where the sky wears its neat scatter of button stars and the thimble moon tilts like a kindly cap. Then the sky adds a new sound, thin as a bell heard through snow, bright but not sharp. The kind of note that asks for listening, not looking. The window light bends a little, as if a gentle hand smoothed it, and something small drifts down the way a dandelion seed would drift if it were made of evening. It settles in the yard without a thump, only the softest hush. Muriel's smile reaches the door before she does. Do you hear that, dear one? A traveler's lullaby. Let's see what the night has brought to our porch. Outside, the grass is freckled with dew, and the wind hustles its noise into the hedges, going quiet to be polite. On the ground, cupped in the soft scallop of an old flower bed, rests a glowing little bell of a creature, no bigger than a teapot, with a lantern heart and trailing ribbons of light that wave as slowly as seaweed in sleep. Its glow is the color of milk with a spoon of honey. It hums again, that snow bell note, and Courage feels his own breath answer before he thinks to be brave. Muriel kneels with the reverence she saves for good bread and frightened birds. Hello there, Starmaker. Her voice makes the words soft as a palm. You've come a long way to a small house. We have blankets and a kettle and hands that do not hurry. The lantern-hearted visitor brightens. One ribbon lifts like a greeting, touches Muriel's sleeve, then Courage's ear. In that touch, Courage hears more than words, a picture of a bright, dark sea where stars are born, like pearls in warm pockets, and a long swim through cold quiet to a farmhouse whose window has always looked friendly from a distance. Last of my kind, murmurs the feeling without sadness, only truth. One more nursery to make, one more clutch to send into the dark where they will learn to glow on their own. Eustace appears in the doorway with his hat held the way some people hold opinions, out where they can see them. What's that then? Some sort of fancy lantern. Muriel answers the house instead of the hat. A mother, she says simply, and the word is not up for debate. She lifts the visitor the way she would lift a sleeping kitten, and the light settles against her apron as if it has found where it was going all along. Inside, the kitchen learns the trick of being a little planetarium. Muriel sets the Starmaker in a mixing bowl lined with a tea towel, and the towel turns the color of dawn. The kettle approves with a small approving click. Courage brings over his favorite rug and nudges it into place, because nurseries deserve soft floors. The lantern heart thrums a rounder note, grateful. The first star egg arrives as a bead of light under the bell's rim, trembling, then loosening like a yawn. It floats into Muriel's hands and cools into a pearl no bigger than a plum, pale as breath on glass. Courage leans close. The egg hums back. Not a hello exactly, but a little, yes, I am here. More pearls follow, one by one, never rushed, 5, then 6, then 7, each settling in a circle on the towel nest. They give off the gentlest warmth as if they remember sunny pockets. The Starmaker's ribbons sweep them in a slow counting sway. Courage matches the tempo without meaning to, tail making a sleepy metronome. Muriel looks around the small room like a captain picking out anchors. We'll need a sky for their first practice, she decides. The curtains learn to be night, and the ceiling learns to be far away. The old colander with its neat pricked holes becomes a little firmament on a hook, and when Courage pads beneath it, the speckled light on his back looks like a map of places he'll someday nap. The Starmaker tips her lantern heart toward him, hopeful. Courage understands the picture inside the hum. Hatchings should have songs, and songs should have hands to hold them. He hops onto a chair by the table and puts both paws on the wood, steadying himself the way Muriel does when she needs. Muriel begins a hush, soft tune she keeps for quilts and rainy afternoons. Courage adds his small sound, that earnest, round hum that always turns worries into something with edges you can pet. The eggs answer. Each pearl finds a note, a thread in the braid, until the kitchen fills with a weather of music, tea-steam melody, chair rock rhythm, lantern heart tone. The clock decides to keep time with it, which is the best kind of accuracy. Eustace hovers, hat awkward in his hands. He watches the circle of pale pearls and the little bell creature that puffs like a contented kettle, and you can see the thought that usually stomps around in his head sit down and take off its boots for once. If those are eggs, he says to the room, they'll need a draftless corner. He shuffles to the door and closes it without slamming, which in this house is a remarkable kindness. The latch says thank you by not clicking loudly. Muriel warms a spoon with her palm and touches each egg in turn, as if reading a forehead for fever, as if telling a child you are expected and wanted. She looks to Courage. We'll need a basket of night for carrying and a blanket that can keep light from spilling. Courage trots to the hallway and returns with the woven hamper and the thick shawl that smells faintly of summer laundry. He paws the shawl into a nest, and the hamper becomes a cradle boat. When the lantern heart puffs again, a different light glows under the rim, blue like a winter morning, steady and shy. It does not purl. It lingers like a worry that wants to be named. Courage tilts his head. The Starmakers ribbon brushes his paw. A picture passes. One of the clutch needs more than warmth, more than song. It needs mending of a kind that cannot be sewn with needles. A crack so fine it looks like a hair, running from the shell's edge to the beginning of its glow. Courage stands a little taller on the chair. Muriel catches his look and, without words, reaches for the drawer where she keeps the very good things, a length of soft linen ribbon, a tiny jar labeled Starlight Salve that wasn't there a moment ago and yet feels like it's been waiting for years, and a thimble, not for fingers, but for feelings, smooth and cool as riverstone. She sets them on the table the way doctors set tools in stories where everything turns out well. We have time, she says, and the kettle agrees by refusing to boil too fast. Eustace sets the hat on a peg as if volunteering silence. The clock nods. The rocking chair moves a thoughtful inch and settles. Courage lowers his muzzle until his breath warms the blue egg without fogging it. He hums the simplest tune he knows, the one that means I am here, and I have nothing else to do. Muriel dips the tip of the linen ribbon into the Starlight Salve and lays it gentle as a promise across the hairline crack. The thimble of feelings presses once, then not at all, anointing without weight. The ribbon drinks the light and gives it back, braided with calm. The egg shifts minutely and then rests as if a tiny brow has smoothed. The Starmaker's lantern heart brightens, a shade you feel on your skin more than see with your eyes. A ribbon strokes Courage's ear. The small bell's song lowers to the note floors make when they decide to stop creaking for a baby. The basket boat is ready. Muriel tucks the eggs into the shawl's hollow, blue one in the center, where all the other lights lean toward it. Courage takes his place by the handle, a little pilot with great responsibility. Eustace clears his throat like someone making room in a crowded drawer and says, I'll open the curtains a crack when you need the sky, and it is the most helpful thing he has said all week. They practice. Muriel hums and rocks the kitchen into a C. Courage keeps the cadence with his paws against the chair. The Starmaker sways in her towel nest, ribbons counting. Above, the colander firmament throws friendly freckles of light across the ceiling and the cupboard doors. The eggs glow in pulse with the song, small bedside lamps finding their plugs. Between one breath and the next, the walls learn the trick of being far away. The window square deepens. Night seems to lean in, not to press, only to hear. Courage feels the pull in his chest. That means a journey has already started, even though his paws are still on familiar wood. Muriel's hand rests on his head, grounding him with the specific gravity of love. The Starmaker lifts her lantern heart once, twice, the way a conductor lifts a baton. The eggs answer in soft chorus. The farmhouse becomes a little arc of light on a very quiet sea. "We'll carry them to the fence post at the edge of the field," Muriel says softly, "where the wind remembers the way up. And we shall not hurry." Courage nods. The basket boat glows. The kettle keeps the kitchen warm for their return. The hat behaves. The clock chooses to be right about now. Outside, the windmill turns just enough to say, "I'll wave you along, and then I'll keep watch while you're gone." The lantern heart hums the note that means ready. Courage takes a breath that fits the room, and the room takes a breath that fits the night. The door learns how to open without noise. The porch boards become a path that understands small pause and important cargo. The field waits with its long, low hush. The first step is gentle. The second is gentler. The third feels like the beginning and the middle, and the end agreeing to hold hands. And above them, the quilt of sky pulls one more stitch tight, not to trap, only to keep the edges from fraying, so the little procession can pass beneath it with a basket full of tomorrow's light. The door learns to open without a sound, and the porch turns itself into a careful path. Muriel lifts the bowl with the Starmaker cradled in its towel nest. Courage takes the basket boat by the handle, paws steady and sure. Eustace trails behind with the thick shawl folded over his arms like a windbreak, hat peacefully behaving on its peg for once. Night air slips in around them, cool and clean, smelling faintly of hay and iron and the good part of faraway rain. Across the yard, the windmill raises one arm as if to wave, then goes back to measuring kindness instead of minutes. The field hums in low, even strokes. Moths practice being lanterns and then forget, which is fine. A cricket tunes its fiddle and then decides the tune can wait. The little procession moves at the pace of rocking chairs. They stop at the corner fence post, the tall one with the smooth top Muriel uses for cooling pies. Up close, the wood shows a shallow cradle worn by years of setting things down gently. The post is wrapped with the old bell rope, soft from hands, its tiny bell a polite bead of bronze. Muriel touches the cradle with her fingertips as if greeting an old friend and sets the bowl beside it. Courage eases the basket boat into the cradle's hollow, blue egg tucked where all the other lights lean toward it. The Starmaker lifts her lantern heart and lets one ribbon of light paint the air in a slow vertical stroke. The stroke holds, then blooms small crossbeams, one after another, rungs appearing like notes on a staff. A ladder of glow rises from the fence post to the underside of the night, not bright, just certain. The bell rope gives one soft ring in approval. Eustace steps to the windward side and opens the shawl like a gentle wing to break the small breeze. His boots find quiet. That is his offering. "We'll call the wind that knows how to carry babies," Muriel says, voice low as a lullaby folded in half. She chords the rope with her knuckles. The bell answers with the roundest little tone, and the grasses answer back, flattening and lifting as if breathing along. Courage plants his front paws and hums the kitchen tune. The eggs pulse, purl, 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 each finding its place in the chord. The blue one stays steady and no brighter, no dimmer, the calm center that needs company. Muriel dips her finger in the starlight salve and smooths the linen ribbon where it crosses the hairline crack. Courage warms it with his breath. Stays together now, he promises, in the way dogs do, which is with presence more than words. The ladder brightens a shade. Fireflies collect along its lower rungs like kind audience members. Overhead, the thimble moon tips closer, approving of good process. From the hedgerow, an owl passes without sound and leaves behind a little pocket of hush where worry could have perched and didn't. Eustace clears his throat, but only to clear it, not to change anything. He shifts the shawl a little higher and murmurs, "Right then, little lights. No drafts tonight." The bell rope rings the soft bead tone again, and if a bell could nod, it does. Muriel teaches the air counting breath, 4 in, 4 out, and the latter seems to like being counted. Courage matches the count, small chest rising and falling right where the basket can feel it. The eggs fall into that rhythm as naturally as dew becomes pearls on grass. When the count feels like it is part of the night, Muriel lifts one hand an inch, not yet to lift, only to ready the world for lifting. "We'll practice drifting," she says. "Not leaving, not yet. Just letting them learn the feel of up." The Starmaker bows her lantern heart. A ribbon strokes the basket's rim. One pearl eases free, rises 2 thumb widths, sways once left, once right, then settles exactly back where it began. Practice completed. The bell rope approves with a ghost of a ring. Courage's tail taps twice against the posts. They try again with 2 pearls together, the size of small plums held in an invisible palm. Up to the first rung, down to the cradle, up and pause, down and rest. Muriel watches the blue egg throughout the way you watch a sleeping child while the others play. When the 2 settle, she leans and touches the blue shell with 2 fingers. "You're learning by listening," she whispers. "That's a kind of strength." The wind experiments with being useful. It lifts the edge of the shawl, decides against mischief, and smooths itself over the field into a patient current that runs from the windmill toward the ladder, exactly the way a good hallway runs from a bedroom to a light left on. Eustace lowers the shawl and stands back, hands open. Muriel nods without looking, a thank you that does not need a name on it. A moth lands on the bell rope and becomes a small earring of cream. The bell doesn't mind. The air cools another degree, the kind that makes breath visible. Courage watches his own breath, and the eggs' glow keep pace. He feels their small energy like purring. "We'll stretch the sky a little," Muriel murmurs. She loosens the curtain of night with her eyes, that neat trick good quilters use when a pattern needs room. The stars above the fence post ease apart a fraction, so newcomers won't feel crowded. The constellations do not mind, the ones that tell heroic stories like their drama, but they like babies more. The Starmaker lifts a thinner ribbon, tracing an arc from the post to a low pocket of sky. The arc settles like a hammock. That will be the waiting cradle for first flights, a safe rest on the way up. Muriel takes a steadying breath and looks at Courage, ready for one gentle drift beyond the rung. "Dear one." He sets his paws a little wider and sends his hum through the wood. A single pearl rises, just one. It lifts past the first rung, pauses and feels for the hammock arc. Finds it. Rests. The porch back of the house has a sympathetic creak, as if proud from afar. Muriel lifts the bell rope once and lets it go. The pearl returns along its own light, nestles back into the shawl nest, and dims to the content glow of a lamp turned low in a child's room. Again with another, then with 2. Always back. No goodbyes, only rehearsals. The blue egg listens, the crack lying quiet under the linen and salve. The kind of quiet that means healing is choosing its speed. When the basket grows warm, Muriel fans it with her palm, and there's a scent like clean linen dried in starlight. Courage glances toward the window, sees the colander firmament still hanging like a promise, and feels the house cheering from its own little galaxy. Between drifts, Eustace does something nobody expects. He steps to the ladder and with one knuckle taps a rung as if testing a plank on a dock. He seems to remember an old song he once learned and hums the one line he still carries. It's off-key, a touch wobbly, and perfect. The ladder accepts the offering and strengthens by the smallest, sweetest amount. When the practice becomes as easy as rocking, Muriel nods toward the sky's low pocket, now plumped like a pillow that has hosted 3 naps. We'll let them rest up there a moment longer this time, she says. The Starmaker bows her lantern heart, ribbons counting. 1 pearl up, then another, then a third. 3 tiny suns in a hammock. Courage feels the urge to guard rise in him like a tide, and he leans his small warmth toward the basket for the blue egg's sake. Stay with me. I'll sing you the road before you ride it. They return, as promised, all 3, without strain, without fuss. When they settle, the blue egg gives off a breath of light so soft it could be mistaken for the idea of a smile. Muriel answers by smoothing the ribbon one last time. The thimble of feelings rests cool on her palm, unused now, but glad it came. We have the way, she says, and the windmill gives a single thoughtful turn as if writing it down. The bell rope falls quiet. The moth keeps its earring post. Eustace folds the shawl over his arm and does not say that it's late. The Starmaker's lantern heart dims to a watchful ember, the kind of light that promises to wake at any stir. They will sleep here a moment, not to delay, only to gather strength in the right place. Muriel eases onto the grass with her back to the fence post, the bowl at her knee. Courage nestles against the basket boat so that his side warms the blue egg. Eustace sits on the lower rail and finds a way to make even sitting become help. The ladder stands a gentle spine of glow against the night. Above it, a space in the sky has learned how to hold newcomers. Below it, a small circle of field has learned how to be a nursery. The farmhouse window far off holds its square friendly, and the porch keeps the step warm. The night hums the note quilt's hum when the last stitch of the evening is tied, and the needle is set in its strawberry. Rest, says the fence post. Rest, says the bell rope. Rest, says the windmill arm that points home. When you wake, we will begin the real ascent. For now, the world will keep your place. The fence post keeps its quiet promise while the little nursery dozes. When the field's hush has grown as soft as a folded shawl, the Starmaker stirs in her towel nest, lantern heart lifting to a steadier glow. Muriel opens her eyes as if the light had knocked politely. Courage is already awake, nose tucked to the basket boat, keeping the blue egg warm with his small, faithful weather. It's time, dear ones, Muriel murmurs, and the bell rope answers with one round bead of a ring. The windmill gives a single turn that means I'm watching. The ladder of glow brightens, rungs drawing themselves tidy as stitches. Above it, the sky's hammock pocket plumps, ready for company. Eustace takes his place windward, shawl opened like a patient sail, boots finding the quiet part of the grass. He does not speak. Help that doesn't need a name is the very best kind. Muriel checks each pearl with the back of her fingers, the way she checks loaves that have learned their rise, warm enough, brave enough. She touches the linen ribbon across the blue shell. It lies easy over the hairline crack, drinking and returning light, the way good cloth drinks dye and keeps it kindly. Courage hums his kitchen hum, steady and round, and the eggs glow in time. 1 pearl first, always 1. It lifts from the basket boat, touches the first rung, then the next, then rests in the sky's hammock, as if it remembered it from a dream. Back it comes along its own light. 2 this time, then 3, each return a little confidence, sewn into the dark. The ladder holds like a hand that never grips too hard. We'll climb to the cradle now, Muriel says, voice low as a bedtime story, halfway told. The The Starmaker bows her lantern heart. A ribbon of light unspools from her and threads itself up the middle of the ladder, a guide rope for small suns. Muriel nods to Courage. Ready, my captain. He plants his paws, sends his hum up through wood and air. 3 pearls rise together, left, right, center, like children walking a hallway with their hands brushing the wall. They pause in the hammock, then at a breath from the Starmaker, drift a rung further and a rung until the hammock becomes a passing porch, and the porch becomes a sweet memory, and the little procession settles into a higher cradle where the sky has saved a gentle hollow. The bell rope rings a permission, the kind that sounds like, yes, go on. They return one by one to show the path is safe. Then the next group goes, and the next, each flight a lullaby made visible. Between each sending, Muriel cools the basket with her palm, and Courage leans his warmth toward the blue egg. You and I are the middle of the song, he tells it without words. The blue glow holds steady, no hurry in it, the way wise lights choose when to shine. Far above, a thin cloud drifts in, learns how to be a cradle, and stops exactly where a cradle should be. Fireflies climb the lower rungs and become little lanterns on posts. The thimble moon tips, approving the craft of it. An owl crosses once and leaves behind an extra pocket of hush that suits new things. Eustace does the small, brave thing he did before. He taps one rung with a working knuckle and hums the one line he remembers, off-key and perfect. The latter takes it and strengthens by a hair's kindness. He shifts the shawl to block a curious breeze and does not announce it. The night notices and says thank you by smoothing itself. Muriel lifts the basket boat into her lap so she and Courage can share the weight. Together they breathe a counting breath, 4 in, hold, 4 out. And more pearls rise. Learn the ladder, learn the hammock, learn the higher cradle with its tender curve. Each return is a promise kept. Each sending is a promise believed. When only the blue egg and 2 companions remain, the field grows even quieter, the kind of quiet that quilts make when the last stitch is tied, but the hand stays a moment longer. Muriel dips the ribbon's end in a thumbprint of starlight salve and smooths it once more across the fine crack. Courage warms the place with his breath, slow and even. Ready when you are, he tells the little glow at the center. The 2 companions lift first, like bookends making space for a favorite story. They climb rung by rung, pause in the hammock, then settle in the higher cradle where the others have begun to dream. The cradle brightens a shade, not pride exactly, but a pleased agreement among small suns. Now, says the night, though no one speaks, Muriel's hand rests under the blue egg so it will know ground even as it rises. The Starmaker lays one ribbon of light along the ladder like a soft rail. Courage widens his stance and sends his hum steady and true. The blue egg lifts. Not fast, not showy, simply sure. It touches the first rung and learns it, the second rung and approves. At the hammock it rests long enough to catch the quiet. The linen ribbon holds where it should and loosens where it should, the way kindness does. Muriel breathes. Courage breathes. Eustace forgets to be in the way and simply is beside. Up again. Another rung. The sky's cradle waits, exactly the right distance away. The Starmaker's lantern heart glows warmer, not brighter. A hearth more than a torch. When the blue egg reaches the cradle, the gathered pearls lean their light toward it. It settles into the hollow they have made with their gentle wanting, and the whole cradle deepens its glow by a shade only those who were watching would notice. Back comes the light along the ladder's middle into the basket boat's nest. Only now the basket holds nothing but the memory of weight and a good smell of shawl. Muriel sets it in the fence-post cradle and places her hand on Courage's back, as if he were something more breakable than he is. "You did very well, my dear." He leans the way brave hearts lean when the task is landed. They stay where they are and let their eyes make the rest of the climb. High above, the cradle cloud rocks the clutch in a rhythm that belongs to tides and chairs and hearts at ease. From within, each pearl takes a turn, brightening, then resting, as if practicing the pulse that will someday guide travelers on winter roads and fishermen on quiet seas, and children back to beds that forgot to look inviting until a star remembered to show them how. The Starmaker lowers her lantern heart, tired in the way good work makes you tired. Muriel lifts the bowl so the towel nest touches the lantern's rim, sharing warmth both ways. Eustace folds the shawl neatly without anybody noticing he knows how. The bell rope forgets to ring and is forgiven for it. The windmill keeps its one-armed vigil. Courage tips his muzzle up and hums once more, just enough to let the sky know he can be called on if a steady note is ever needed. From the cradle, a pulse answers, pale and shy and perfect. He tucks his chin to his paws and watches until the pulses become part of the night's natural grammar. "We'll take our rest here," Muriel whispers, and the field makes a pillow of itself. The fence post holds. The ladder stands. The moth keeps its earring watch. The owl's pocket of hush spreads to cover the little group at the corner of the world. The farmhouse window glows its square friendly and then dims to a memory that will be bright again when feet return to the porch. "When you wake," says the sky without sound, "we will learn the drift beyond the cradle. The first letting go that isn't losing, the first shining that is also belonging. For now, sleep gathers like a blanket reclaimed from the line, warm and smelling faintly of night, and all the little suns breathe together as if they were one large, tender heart." The field wakes first by breathing deeper, a long, slow tide through the grass. The cradle cloud above the ladder holds its small suns the way a hand holds warm stones, and each pulse has learned the rhythm that belongs to it. The Starmaker lifts her lantern heart. It glows like a hearth at 4 a.m, steady and kind. Muriel sits up with the ease of someone who has slept inside her own patience. Courage is already watching the sky, ears tilted, chest humming the kitchen note without thinking. Eustace shakes the shawl once to loosen the dew and stands windward because that is what he does now. "We'll teach the long drift," Muriel murmurs, "the letting go that isn't a leaving." The bell rope gives one small bead of sound, and the windmill turns as if underlining the lesson. The ladder brightens. A filmy path opens from the cradle cloud to an even higher pocket of night, a place with a rounder quiet. The Starmaker draws a thin ribbon from her lantern, and it trails upward like a leash made of trust. Muriel nods to Courage. "Send them your steady, dear one. Let them lean on it, and then learn they can float without it." He plants his paws and hums, and the hum walks up the rungs and lays itself along the new path like a rail you hardly notice until you need to lay a hand on it. 3 pearls rise together. They pause in the cradle, feel for the hum, and then drift into the rounder quiet, where the night has already made space for them. There they turn once like children, showing they have both feet, and then settle into a little triangle that looks like 2 hands and a cup of tea. Eustace taps a rung with his knuckle and hums his wobbly line. The path firms by a hair's kindness. Muriel laughs under her breath, the low stovetop sort of laugh that warms a room. The moth keeps its earring post on the rope. The owl passes again and leaves behind more hush like folded blankets. Down in the basket boat there is only the memory of weight. Muriel lays her palm inside it anyway, and Courage noses the rim, as if to keep company with the place company just left. Above, 2 more pearls drift out, find the hum, and widen it with their own small courage. The path is no longer a line. It becomes a lane, then a current that knows how to hold without clutching. The blue star waits, not late, simply listening with its whole shell. Muriel lifts the linen ribbon, still resting across the hairline seam, and the light beneath it has learned to be calm the way bread learns to be bread. She replaces the ribbon, and the thimble of feelings presses the gentlest kiss you could put on anything. Not yet, her hand says, and the little glow agrees. The Starmaker tips her lantern toward Eustace. A ribbon brushes his sleeve. Thank you in a language made of warmth. He sniffs, as if dust had flown up, and doesn't argue with gratitude. He shifts the shawl a little higher to foil a playful breeze. The bell rope stays dressed in moth and courtesy. 1 pearl lifts by itself, finds the current, and keeps going a hair beyond it, as if testing what it means to be a star rather than a carried light. The thimble moon tips lower, an elder approving a small dare done safely. The pearl discovers the trick of shining without pushing, and, pleased, returns to its triangle of tea hands. Courage feels the exact moment it understood, and hums a single tiny yes. Muriel closes her eyes the way quilters do when they are measuring with their palms. Names come like stitches: porch lamp, good gate, path back. She whispers them into the night, and the little lights seem to wear the names like shawls. Not labels to keep, just comforts to practice in. Courage lifts his muzzle, and the hum changes key by a breath. It becomes a road song, the kind you sing to keep pace with footsteps you forget to watch. The pearls answer, and now the current itself hums back, round and agreeable, and everything holds the same note you hear in kitchens just before toast pops. From the farmhouse window, the colander firmament glints once as if remembering its rehearsal, and the light in the square dims to a friendly doze. The wind brings the faintest scent of soap from Muriel's drying line. Eustace scratches his jaw, then remembers quiet, then smiles because remembering is getting easier. The Starmaker bends her lantern to the blue shell, and a ribbon touches the seam 1 more time. The glow within answers not with brightness, but with depth, like a breath that reaches a little farther. Muriel's palm slides under the basket boat, and Courage sets the full warmth of his chest against the rim. When you go, you will know you are coming home too, he promises without words. 3 more pearls slip into the lane, find the round quiet, and each chooses a place that will someday look like a story to someone on a porch. 1 lingers beside the thimble moon as if to learn generosity from a master. Another settles over the line between the windmill and the kitchen, small enough that only this farmhouse will ever think of it as theirs. The 3rd takes up a patient post over the far field, where calves will be born in spring, and farmers will look up when they cannot sleep and feel watched over. The ladder softens, no longer needed by those who have learned the current. It remains anyway for any who might be new tomorrow. The cradle cloud thins, but only to become breeze, so there will always be something soft near the path. The bell rope relaxes into its knot. The moth rests with its paper-thin shoulders touching bronze. Now, says the night in a voice that belongs to tides and the undersides of leaves, the blue star lifts. It rises from the memory of weight, touches the first rung because it is courteous, then finds the middle rail of hum and follows it. At the cradle, it pauses longer than the others, and every light in the cradle leans toward it with a patience that has not once checked the clock. The ribbon holds where it should hold, loosens where it should loosen. Muriel's hand stays under for a breath, then trusts the air. Courage sends the hum up and up until the hum is all around and no longer his. The blue star moves into the round quiet. It does not brighten. It deepens, color shading from morning to lake at dusk, calm as a thought finished well. In that deepening, a tiny white thread appears at its heart. No crack, not anymore, but a seam that will always remember how to mend. It takes its place beside the pearl near the thimble moon and the one over the kitchen path, not between exactly, but touching both with its quiet. The current settles. The little constellation they've made is humble and exact, a handful of lamps at the good end of a long road. The thimble moon dips and tucks itself into the picture, as if the old and the new had been planning this for years. Far off over other fields where other porches wait, the sky learns a shape it did not know it was missing until it had it. The Starmakers' lantern dims, not toward gone, only toward done. Muriel lifts the towel nest to share warmth with the lantern rim. Eustace lowers the shawl and drapes it over the fence post like a flag that stands for decency. The windmill gives a small, approving turn, and then rests, the way work rests when it knows it can look at itself kindly. Courage lets the hum fall back into his chest. The place it leaves is not empty. It is exactly the size of a promise kept. He looks at Muriel, she looks at him. That is the entire conversation, and it is complete. They watch a while. The pearls breathe their new breath. The blue one makes a soft, slow pulse that Courage feels behind his eyes. He answers with a blink that means, I see you. The field returns to its ordinary night, which is to say, to a night that now has one more way to help people find their way to bed. When the crickets remember their fiddles, and the owl finds a farther fence line to patrol, Muriel speaks in a voice that would never wake a baby. We will walk the lantern back to the porch, and the sky will keep watch. The ladder stays, of course. We never take down the way. They gather themselves like people who know how to end a good evening. Eustace takes the empty basket boat as if it were heavy and finds that it still is in the best way. Muriel lifts the bowl with the Starmaker, whose lantern is now a comfortable ember. Courage steps last, head tipped up so his eyes can carry the image a little longer, the way you carry the warmth from a cup after you set it down. The bell rope gives one small ring as they pass. The moth rides it like a dinghy and does not spill. The wind follows them as far as the porch and stops at the step, as if the lantern light had taught it manners. Behind them, the sky keeps the round quiet open. Ahead of them, the house lifts its shoulder under the quilt of dark. The door learns to open softly. The floor remembers how to hold tired feet. The kitchen greets them with the scent of its own peace. The kitchen receives them with its quiet warmth, the kind that remembers people by heart. Muriel sets the Starmaker back in her towel nest. The lantern heart glows the color of a remembered lullaby. Eustace leans the empty basket boat by the door as if it still needs gentleness, then fetches the thick shawl and drapes it over the chair that faces the window, giving the night a lap to sit on. Courage circles once on his favorite rug and places himself so he can see both the lantern and the square of sky where the new little constellation breathes. The colander firmament above the table gives a faint, friendly sparkle. The kettle decides to be warm enough without boiling. The clock hums the note it uses when it prefers feeling to counting. Muriel lifts her sewing tin and sets it near the towel nest, not for stitching, only because good tins know how to keep company. The Starmaker tilts her lantern heart toward Muriel, then toward Courage, ribbons uncurling in slow, grateful waves. A picture passes without words, a hearth, a road, a porch, and the steady dog who teaches them all how to breathe in time. Last gifts, the feeling says, not as an ending, only as a way to finish today kindly. Muriel opens her palm. A small bead of light rolls from the bell creature's rim into her hand, no heavier than dew. It cools into a pearl the color of morning milk, and leaves behind a warmth that rests in the bones, not on the skin. For the house, the light seemed to say. For windows that prefer to glow even when lamps are shy. Muriel sets the pearl on the windowsill beside the colander's dangling chain, and the window changes by a whisper. Friendlier somehow, the kind of square that can be seen from far fields and recognized as home. A second bead lifts and drifts to Courage. He sits very still as it settles against the fur at his chest, right where his hum lives. It cools into a tiny star seed, no bigger than a button, and tucks itself under his collar with a polite little nestle. For dark hallways, the warmth explains. For long nights that forget how long they are. Courage feels the seed match his breathing, then fall quiet, the way a good nightlight does when it knows you're asleep. Eustace pretends to tidy the counter, hands moving in that way his hands have learned recently, useful and quieter than they used to be. A third bead floats to him anyway, as if it were listening to how he doesn't ask. It turns to a slim, pale reed, hardly longer than a match, smooth as old rope. He holds it like a tool, skeptical and careful. For stubborn doors and words the feeling offers. Eustace nods once, and the reed hums the faintest yes, choosing the pocket of his shirt as if it has always known where it would live. The lantern heart dims to an ember, not toward dawn, only toward rest. Muriel dampens the corner of a cloth and touches the bell's rim the way you dab the forehead of a child who has run and is proud of the running. Starmakers' ribbons curl in, content, counting without counting. The little constellation outside answers with a set of shy pulses in a pattern that sounds like good night, we remember. Muriel lifts the basket boat one more time and carries it to the table. She spreads the shawl inside and places the sewing tin in the hollow as a small anchor. A house keeps a boat against the day it needs to carry a quiet, she says. And the words sit down in the room as if they'd been expected. Courage pads to the door and noses it open a finger width. Outside, the windmill turns once, the kind of turn that isn't about wind, but about manners. The ladder is fainter now, a soft spine you can see only if you look with your listening. The cradle cloud has thinned into comfort and drifted to where travelers will feel it at the edges of their vision. The new constellation breathes with the assurance of things doing what they were born to do. He returns to the rug. The starseed at his collar gives one warm pulse and sleeps. Eustace sits on the step between kitchen and porch, halfway in, halfway out, as if practicing the art of thresholds. He takes the reed from his pocket, taps it once on his knee, and slips it back beside his heart. Muriel brings 3 cups to the table, tea for 2, a saucer of warm milk for the lantern heart, and a slice of bread that butter finds easy. They eat in the way people eat after ceremonies, without hurry, with gratitude that doesn't announce itself. Between sips, Muriel hums the kitchen tune under her breath, and the room remembers the ladder's middle rail. The Starmaker's ember answers with a low, round tone, satisfied. When the cups are empty, and the chairs have given their last good creaks, Muriel rises and moves to the rocker. She gathers her lap blanket and, with a little smile, threads a dull needle, not with thread, but with a ribbon of shadow that has decided to be useful. She sets a tiny stitch into the blanket's corner, 1 stitch only, small as a freckle, and the corner learns the trick of staying where warmth keeps it better. Courage watches, eyelids heavy in the pleasant way. The kitchen has learned a new quiet. the deep kind that knows how to carry a promise into tomorrow. Eustace goes to the door, tests the latch without looking at it, and it behaves like a latch that has made its peace with opening and closing. He returns to the step and sits in his newly practiced manner, as if the house has asked him to be a hinge for a while. The Starmaker lifts her lantern heart a last small measure, casting a circle on the ceiling that looks exactly like the sky over a porch where people know they are expected. Then the light folds toward itself, ember to coal to warm stone, not vanished, banked, the way fires are banked when morning will need them. Muriel lowers a hand to the towel nest, and the bell creature rests its rim against her fingers with the trust that makes the room blink. "Thank you," she says. Not in ceremony, only in truth. Courage adds his hum, a soft chord under her word. Eustace does not speak, which is the perfect contribution, and tips his head as if someone had said something decent, and he had decided to agree with it. They let the night pass by itself for a while. Outside, the new little constellation keeps its even breath. The latter fades to a feeling. The flame in the stove keeps the chill from learning too much. The clock tries to be helpful and fails charmingly. The house remembers everything it needs to remember and lets the rest go like a shirt that no longer fits. When it is time for beds, they do not announce it. Muriel lifts the towel nest and sets it on the table nearest the window, so the lantern heart, even banked, can see the sky it helped arrange. She tucks the shawl around the bowl's base for weight that says stay. Eustace raises the shade a finger width so the window can learn its new glow. Courage noses the door open for one last look at the quiet ladder place and then closes it gently with his shoulder. They move through the house without lights and do not bump anything. Courage pauses at the threshold to the sleeping room and feels the starseed warm his collar, a tiny, polite lantern. He steps through, and the seed goes still, having done exactly enough. Muriel settles into the bed with that farmer's sigh that thanks the mattress as if it had done chores. Eustace sets his hat on the hook, and it stays because the hook and the hat have at last come to an agreement. Courage curls where he can see both their shapes and the open door to the kitchen where a banked lantern heart keeps a small watch. The house leans one peaceful inch. The wind combs the siding once, like a hand through hair. The night practices being morning in a corner of the sky where no one will notice yet. The new constellation breathes. The reed in Eustace's pocket lies still and ready. The window pearl holds the idea of light in the glass. Sleep comes as it should, not like a swoop, but like a quilt laid down by someone who knows your name. If you listened at the right frequency, you would hear 3 breaths find each other and choose a single rhythm. You would also hear, very far off and very near, a lantern heart that has finished making and is now practicing resting, the last kindness of the evening. Morning begins the way fresh bread cools, quietly, with a fragrance you only notice after it's already filled the room. The farmhouse breathes. Muriel wakes first, then doesn't move, letting the bed finish its idea of comfort. Eustace stirs and remembers the hook before the hat does. The kitchen is a dim hush, and in it, the banked lantern heart keeps a small, tender watch. Courage pads to the doorway, the tiny star seed under his collar giving one polite glow for the dark hall, then resting. He noses the kitchen door. It opens the way a sentence finishes well. Muriel joins him. Shawl around her shoulders, steps that know how to be quiet on their own. Eustace comes last, thumb feeling for the slim reed in his pocket like someone testing a key they mean to use kindly. Through the window, the new little constellation holds steady, blue star breathing that deep, even pulse. The latter has become a feeling more than a sight, a path you remember in your bones even when the lights are on. The cradle cloud has thinned into the sort of breeze that remembers faces. Muriel kneels by the towel nest. The Starmaker's lantern heart glows now like a warm stone found at noon, heat traveling inward, not outward. Ribbons are curled in close, counting what no longer needs numbers. Thank you, Muriel says, not to keep or to wish away, only to place a ribbon on the moment. Courage lays his chin on the table's edge. Eustace stands at the latch and decides to be the hinge again. The bell creature lifts one last thread of light, fine as the hair on a cheek. It touches Muriel's fingers, then Courage's muzzle, then pauses in the air before Eustace as if listening for permission. He takes out the reed, taps it once against his palm, and the reed answers with the faintest note, the kind a door hears and chooses to open to. The thread brightens by a breath. That is enough. Muriel raises the shade a hand's width. The window pearl on the sill opens its milk-soft glow, becoming the gentlest lantern a morning ever had. The thread of light rises toward it and gathers at the glass, not in a hurry, not unsure. The shade lifts another inch. The thread slips through like steam leaving a cup. Outside, the fence post remembers its job. The bell rope gives one round bead of a ring that wakes no one and tells the field everything. The thread reaches the remembered ladder. Rungs appear where feet once felt them. The path opens in the round quiet between last night and today. The thread climbs. It reaches the little constellation and settles among its children, not as one more star, not as a lesson, simply as the part of a lullaby that hums on long after the singer has put the kettle down. The blue star deepens by a shade only watchers would notice. The windmill turns once, like a nod. The towel nest is only a towel nest now. The lantern rim cools in the way irons cool when the mending is done. Muriel lays her palm across it, warmth meeting warmth until both agree to rest. Courage's star seed pulses once at his collar and learns the rhythm of daytime, quiet unless asked. Eustace lets the reed lie across the window frame. On its own, it hums a note that smooths corners. They do morning as if they've always known how. The kettle gives water its courage. The bread forgives the knife. Tea dissolves the last heavy part of the night. Muriel takes needle and thread and sets a small stitch in the hem of the kitchen curtain. One bright freckle that teaches the cloth how to stay where light keeps it best. Eustace carries oil to the gate. The hinge listens, loosens, then moves like a good word finally said. When he comes back, he stands at the door and clears his throat for something more important than weather. Thank you, he says, to the room, to the dog, to the work. And the reed in his pocket answers with a tiny, satisfied hum. Courage trots the hallway once for the pleasure of it. The starseed glows in step with his paws at the darker turn, then dims. A light that has learned enough to be easy. He returns to Muriel's knee and rests there, feeling the new sky breathe through the window. Outside, the ladder fades into habit. The cradle becomes a breeze across the field that calms calves and wheat. And anyone who forgot what calm feels like. Muriel carries the empty basket boat to the porch and sets it on the cool fence post cradle, not to be needed today, simply to keep the place knowing itself. The bell rope wears a moth a while longer because it seems right. The wind strolls past the step, respectful of new lanterns. They eat at the table with chairs that remember last night's task. Between sips, Muriel looks up at the little constellation and smiles the kind of smile that needs no reason. Eustace glances the same way. Not long, just enough to admit the sky has a new habit he approves of. Courage blinks slow at the blue star, and gets a slow pulse back. 2 beats that mean I am where I belong, and so are you. The house decides to keep this. The window pearl learns the trick of being bright without insisting. The reed learns pockets and thresholds and arguing less. The starseed learns hallways and storms and the feeling under beds on long evenings. The colander firmament returns to being a colander, yet every now and then it tosses freckles of light across the ceiling in case anyone needs rehearsal. When the breakfast plates find the rack and the day puts on its ordinary shirt, Muriel takes out her biggest quilt and slides a new square into its border, a patch the color of early sky with a blue thread stitched once through the middle. Not a crack. A seam that remembers mending. She knots the thread, smooths the cloth with her palm, and the blanket sighs the way blankets do when they agree to look after a couch and whoever naps on it. Courage goes to the porch and sits. The field is field again, all practical and quiet. But if you tilt your head, you can hear the softest memory of rungs in the air. The windmill measures patience. The gate opens and closes without thinking about it too hard. Somewhere not far and not near, travelers find their way home by a handful of modest lights that were born in a farmhouse kitchen. The day lifts. The story stays. And when night comes again, and it always does, the window will already know how to glow. The hallway will already know where to put its light. The gate will already know how to spare the word please, and the sky above nowhere will answer a sleepy dog's long blink with a pulse that says, yes, 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 all is well. Night settles over nowhere like a quilt smoothed by careful hands. The farmhouse makes its soft evening music. The kettle's tiny sigh, the clock's patient hum, Muriel's rocker keeping time with the kind of rhythm that teaches shoulders how to drop. Out past the gate, the windmill turns its old round lullaby. Wood on wind, wind on wood, a sleepy circle that keeps the field dreaming of bread. Courage lies by Muriel's slippers, chin on his paws, eyes drifting between the lamplight, and the square window where the blades write slow, charmed lines across the stars. It is a familiar picture, the kind that tells a house all is well. Then the wind forgets itself for one small moment, and the windmill stutters, a hiccup in the hush. The blades slow. The lullaby misses a note. From the barn lane, a sound like bristles on stone whispers toward them. Not sharp, only insistent, the way a broom asks to be used. Muriel tilts her head, listening with her whole face. Do you hear that, dear heart? The night's reminding us to mind our manners. Windmills, like a little tending before they sleep. Eustace mutters from the doorway without taking off his hat, but even his mutter chooses to be polite at this hour. Muriel sets aside her knitting and opens the drawer where sensible things hum to themselves. She takes out a small tin of mill oil that smells faintly of warm bread and clean tools, a nub of tailor's chalk the color of moonlight, and a length of soft twine that has remembered how to be patient. She adds a slice of yesterday's heel wrapped in paper. For the wind, she says, because even breezes like a snack when you ask them for help. Courage's ears perk. Muriel ties the twine around his neck like a sash for a small, brave worker. She tucks the chalk into the little loop and presses the oil tin into his paw, steadying it with a pat that says, "You already know how." Eustace shuffles forward and, to everyone's surprise, including his own, sets a tiny wooden wedge atop the tin. "For the door," he grumbles, in case it tries to stick. Then he steps back as if he hasn't done anything at all. They cross the yard at the speed of rocking chairs. The windmill's shadow turns the grass into long, gentle waves, and the ladder up its spine creaks the way a friendly porch does when it guesses company is coming. Courage looks up. On each blade's root, where wood meets hub, faint symbols move when the eye looks away. Stitched little shapes like barley and raindrops, a curl that looks like a song, a crossed pair that might be two hands shaking. Old runes worn thin by seasons of doing their job. The bristle sound gathers at the base stones, a scuff, a whisk, a soft tutting. Courage peers into the corner shadows and sees them, the way one sees shapes in a hearth's last glow. Not men, not quite, but chalky outlines, with broom shoulders and hat brims, sketched in soot and a habit of tidying. They are as tall as fence posts and as quiet as old rules. Their brooms tap the stones, not to threaten, only to remind. Turn your words, they seem to say in a voice like sweeping. Turn your wind, turn your promise. Muriel rests her palm on the windmill's door. This old mill remembers more than we do, she murmurs. It likes its prayers said in the right order. Courage sets the wedge where the door tends to catch, leans, and the wood opens with a soft sigh of thanks. Inside, the stair curls up in a tidy spiral, the way dough makes itself patient. The air smells of cedar and dusted flour, and somewhere, far above, the hush of the gears waits for a cue. Courage pads to the hub post where the runes gather in a faded ring. He sets down the oil and the bread, takes the chalk between his teeth, and studies the shapes the way he studies Muriel's needle hand, up, down, in, out, no haste. The barley rune first, then the rainfall curl, then the handshake, each traced gently where the wood has forgotten its lines. Chalk whispers across grain. The symbols look less sleepy. He unscrews the little oil tin with both paws, the way a careful helper lifts a teacup, and lets a drop fall to each hinge that knows it is important. The oil travels like relief through the wood. He wipes the extra with his ear fur and decides not to tell anyone. Muriel's hand appears with a handkerchief anyway. Pat, thank you, dear one. The wind leans in to see, curious as a neighbor. Courage unwraps the small heel of bread and breaks it into 3 pieces. One for the field, he says without words, laying it on the sill, one for the wind, tossing it upward, and one for the part of the night that always waits to be asked nicely, slipping it into a knothole worn smooth by generations of good ideas. The wind catches its portion and softens by a breath, warm as a smile. Outside, the chalky figures at the base slow their whisking. One tips its hat brim in the way of broom gentlefolk. Muriel touches the hub post and hums the simplest old work chant, the kind with more breath than tune. Courage puts his small round hum beneath it, like a second hand under a teacup to steady it. The runes answer with a hush you feel in the ribs. The blades try a cautious turn. A creak of wood becomes a purr. The barley mark warms first, then the rain curl, then the handshake, each catching a pinch of starlight on its edge and giving it back as if to say, we remember. The windmill gathers itself the way a sleeper gathers a blanket and finds its circle again, slow, sure, kind. Courage climbs a few steps to the lantern window and looks out. The soot-sketched vandals, that is what the old stories called them, though up close they look more like caretakers who don't quite know how to smile, have set their brooms still. They listen. When the blades complete a full patient turn without falter, the figures blur at the edges, nod once, and fade toward the hedgerow as if night had invited them to lean on something softer. Muriel presses her palm to the warm wood and breathes out the last of a worry. There now. A mill likes to know someone is listening. She lifts the little wedge and pockets it for later because thresholds enjoy a second chance too. Courage tucks the chalk back into its loop and the oil tin under his arm. Before they go, he traces one more small mark on the beam inside the door, a circle with a dot in the middle, no older than this minute. The mark means we were here, and we were gentle. The timber seems to stand a tad straighter, as if human and dog manners suit its joints. They step into the field's cooler air. The windmill turns in a key that hips and knees understand. The bristle whisper fastens itself back into the night's big hush, no longer a reminder, just another pleasant sound, like a broom that has done its last sweep and leans satisfied in the corner. Back at the porch, the kettle discovers it has kept itself warm enough. The clock approves by not hurrying, and the rocker takes up its sway at the new tempo the blades set. Eustace glances toward the yard and finds nothing to complain about, which is an accomplishment he keeps to himself. Courage sits with Muriel on the step and watches the long shadow of the mill clip past the fence in even strokes. Somewhere in the wood, faint as a memory of a lullaby, the runes hum their barley rain handshake hum. He can feel the song in his paws. It says, "Turn what should turn, keep what keeps, and let the night tidy its corners." In the hedgerow, something soot-soft watches without wanting, then loosens like dust when the first note of morning gets mentioned. The wind brushes Courage's ear like a thank you. He leans into Muriel's shawl and lets the farmhouse lower itself another quiet inch. They will sleep, and the blades will keep the field dreaming. When they wake, the day will ask for a little more tending, because that is what days do. Somewhere under the steady circles, old marks will ask to be traced again, and stories that once scolded will learn to soften into reminders. For now, the windmill turns, and the night agrees to be easy. Midnight settles its deeper hush, and the windmill's circle keeps the field breathing slow. Courage dozes on the porch step, twine sash still across his chest, little chalk snug in its loop, oil tin warm where his paw has been guarding it. The blades murmur a lullaby of barley, rain, and handshake. The night approves it by forgetting to be complicated. Then a new sound arrives, not trouble, only tidying. Whisk, whisk, tap. From the lane by the hedgerow, chalk-soft figures drift back. Hats like chimney shadows, shoulders like broom brush, edges blurred as if sketched by moonlight, and then blown once by a careful breath. The Windmill Vandals, the old stories called them. But up close they look like guardians who never learned how to smile. Their brooms don't scold, they point. Their hats don't hide, they shade. Turn your words, their whiskers say. Turn your wind. Turn your promise. Muriel hears it the way bakers hear dough finish rising. She steps to the doorway with her shawl around her shoulders and nods toward the yard. Time to say the next part, dear one. A mill hums better when the night hears the thanks. Eustace appears behind her, hat in his hand for once, and sets a lantern on the porch rail without lighting it. Light sleeps when promises are speaking, he mutters, which is his way of agreeing. They walk in the slow-footed way that tells the grass they mean to be kind. The vandals part to let them pass, leaving a cleaner hush behind as if sweeping a path and blessing it in the same motion. At the windmill base, stones worn smooth by seasons hold a ring of faded marks Courage did not notice before. Little barley heads marching, drops of rain stitched like beaded hymns, and tiny handshakes tucked at the corners where no one but a patient eye would look. Muriel opens the door with the wedge's help and lays her palm to the frame. "Say it with me," she whispers to the wood. "Thank you for turning. Thank you for catching the wind. Thank you for grinding gifts into bread." The timbers take the words like thirsty things take water. The stair breathes a friendlier creak. Inside, the hub waits, big as a shoulder, smelling of warm wood and good work. Courage sets the oil tin at the post's foot, and breaks the last crumbs of heel on the sill, one for wind, one for field, one for old stories that enjoy being remembered. He takes the chalk in his teeth and looks to Muriel. "The barley rune first," she says gently. "The one that tells grain you know its name. Then the rain curl that invites the sky to take a seat. And then the handshake that promises the gear will treat the wind fairly." He traces the barley. Chalk kisses grain. The husk swells, not brighter, only sure again. He draws the curl. The air in the room tastes a notch fresher, like water deciding to be rain by morning. He closes the line with the handshake. The hub answers with a small, contented thrum, a cat's purr disguised as wood. Outside, the Vandals stop their whisking. One tips its hat brim toward the high blades. Another sets its broom upright like a cane at rest. They are not gone. They are listening. Muriel motions to the upper stair. "There is an oldest mark above the lantern window," she says, "left by hands that liked a story and a loaf in the same hour. Bring the chalk, dear heart. Let's remind the roof to keep its manners, too. Courage climbs. The steps accept his paws the way porches accept boots after harvest, grateful without complaint. At the little window, the draft has found a favorite corner. He presses the wedge there, just so, and the breath of the night evens. On the beam above, the oldest mark shows itself only when the eye is patient. A circle with 4 short rays, one to each corner of the world. Blessings out, courage thinks, and touches the chalk to the wood. The circle rounds. The rays, remember, they are rays. Somewhere in the gears, a sigh and a smile happen at the same time. Back at the hub, Muriel uncaps the oil. One neat drop for each hinge that speaks too often, she murmurs, and the tin gives exactly as much as asked. Courage takes his paw and smooths what has wandered. The scent of warm bread rises a shade, as if flour had thought of itself and been pleased. The wind leans through the window like a neighbor at the fence. Courage holds up the last crumb of heel. For the errand you carry that takes our words farther than we can walk. The breeze lifts it, grateful, and lays a palm of cool across Courage's ears, the way wind thanks a dog. Eustace clears his throat, finding his place in the scene. He raps once on the door lintel with his knuckles, not to scold, only to ask the wood to remember him kindly. Then, very quietly, he speaks into the room as if telling the rafters a truth nobody will argue with. "We'll keep you oiled. We'll turn off the mill when the wind goes ugly. We'll mend the fence before it starts to whine." The hub gives a small, agreeable knockback, like a handshake returned. Outside again, the Vandals draw near the carved ring at the base. With bristled tips, they underline the barley marks, courage freshen, flick away a drift of dust that had been pretending to be forgetfulness, and sweep a clean circle around the rain curl so tomorrow's shower will find its place. One chalky brim tips toward courage. In that faint hat gesture lives an old, odd gratitude. The kind caretakers offer when someone remembers to thank the thing they tend. Muriel lifts her hand and addresses the brooms as if they were cousins shy at a reunion. "You mind the keeping, we'll mind the kindness. Let us know with your whiskers if we miss a stitch." The broom shoulders soften, if such a thing can be said to happen to soot. A few strokes more and they are simply lines in moonlight again, then smudges in the hedgerow, then part of the bigger quiet. The blades try themselves once, twice, then settle into a turn that makes knees forget their complaints. The barley rune warms as it passes, then the rain, then the handshake. A little procession that reassures the sky they meant what they said. Wind passes through the veins and over the field and under the porch roof and into the kitchen window where the kettle decides to sound proud without whistling. Muriel and Courage sit on the step and look up. Eustace rests the unlit lantern on the rail again, a small, sensible votive to the god of doing things properly. In the dark, Courage draws a tiny chalk circle on the porch board beside his paw, a dot within it, our little house, and watches the windmill's shadow stroke over it in long, even breaths. "Do you feel it?" Muriel asks after a while, not looking away from the blades. The night has stopped hovering at the edges. It is sitting down with us. Courage does feel it. The hush is no longer waiting. It is here, comfortably, like a friend who has finally taken off their coat. From the hedgerow, a last bristle whisk, soft as a whisper under a blanket. From the field, a sigh the size of acres. From the wind, a warm hand on the shoulder of a farmhouse that keeps its word. Courage lets his eyes drift heavy in the good way. Muriel's rocker rocks exactly in time with the turning. Somewhere, a moth bumps the window gently and decides that is enough adventure. Sleep comes not as a door shutting, but as a mill turning. Round, dependable, full of promise. The runes above the hub keep their quiet glow. The wedge waits in Muriel's pocket for morning chores. The chalk rests in its loop and dreams of lines that remember what they are for. And the Vandals, pleased with the tidy of it all, curl themselves back into the grain of the night, ready to whisk again, only if someone forgets to say thank you. The mill turns and the night settles deeper, a steady roundness that makes even fences remember how to lean kindly. Courage dozes with his chin on the porch step, twine sash soft against his chest, chalk warm in its loop. The oil tin rests like a tired teacup. Muriel's rocker keeps the field company. Eustace sits without his hat for once, elbows on knees, listening the way tools do when they've learned good manners. From the hedgerow comes the faintest whisk, whisk, tap. The soot-soft figures gather again, hat brims like small moons, brooms held easy. They do not scold. They point. Toward the base stones, toward the turning, toward the ring of old marks newly bright. Turn your words, their bristles say. Turn your wind. Turn your promise. Courage lifts his head. Muriel stands, shawl settling, and nods to the yard. There's a little riddle the old stories set for mills, she murmurs. The 4 courtesies. Let's say them out loud with our hands. They cross the grass in slow steps that keep the dew happy. The Vandals part, leaving a swept path that feels like permission. At the base stones, chalk dust has arranged itself into a square. 4 corners, the faintest runes at each. A barley sprig, a rain curl, 2 tiny hands, and a small closed eye. Greet the wind, says Muriel softly, touching the barley. Thank the grain at the curl. Share the flour where the hands rest. And let the gears rest, she finishes at the small eye. A mill runs kinder when these are kept in order. Greet the wind. Courage noses open the little drawer by the porch and finds a simple ribbon kept for kites, faded red, soft as old cotton. He ties it to a vane's tail with his careful paws, not neat, ends short so they will not tangle. Eustace lifts the unlit lantern like a flag of calm. Muriel hums the first line of the work chant, the one that says, "You first, friend." The breeze answers by lifting the ribbon, not yanking, just a gracious wave. Overhead, the blades take that greeting and fold it into the circle. The barley rune on the hub warms a shade. Thank the grain. Muriel opens the little grain tin kept by the back door and pours a palm of kernels into Courage's paw. He carries them solemnly to the threshold and places them in 3 small piles, one for the field that grew them, one for the birds who will carry news, one for the mice who sweep the world at night when no one's looking. Muriel speaks the names of loaves in a whisper. Brown, soda, oat sundae, and the rain curl on the wood seems to breathe in the sound. A damp sweetness lifts in the air, like flour remembering water. Share the flour. Eustace brings the old sifter from its hook, turns the handle twice, and a fine bright snow dusts the fence rail, the gate hinge, the latch, Courage's ears. He shakes his head and sneezes once, and everyone smiles without saying so. Muriel sets a pinch on the stone step where swallows like to sit when mornings begin. The tiny handshake room glows as if pleased to be included, as if sharing made the gears lighter on their axles. Let the gears rest. The last courtesy is the one folks forget, Muriel says, laying her palm to the door. Even good work needs a pause to prove it is not a master. She looks to Eustace. He nods, takes the little wedge from his pocket, and steps inside with the courage at his heel. At the mark Muriel taught him, 1 full turn and 3 heartbeats, he eases the wedge between brake and rim. The mill slows again, stills. The wood gives a soft sigh that could be mistaken for a cat settling. Outside, the chalky figures stand straighter, bristles quiet, hats lifted a fraction. The small eye rune at the stone closes fully, then opens, then closes again, learning the rhythm of rest. Muriel counts 4 in, 4 out, the way she counted for the sky ladder. Courage's chest matches her. The blades hold like a held breath. Then, with a nod from the broom shoulders, Eustace slips the wedge free. The mill gathers itself and turns, not eager, not sullen, simply right. Somewhere under the roof, a pin answers with a contented click. The Vandals step in a tidy square, brooms drawing a soft border around the base stones, sweeping away the chalk the way a teacher erases a lesson everyone has learned. One tips its brim to Courage, another to Eustace, another to Muriel, last of all to the turning itself. Whisk, whisk, and they thin into the hedgerow until only the idea of caretaking remains. Muriel smooths the twine on Courage's sash. That's the lot, dear heart, Wind greeted. Grain thanked, flour shared, gears given their nap. The old runes enjoy good manners. Courage sits and listens. The circle above has found a deeper key, the kind that lives in knees and in the middle of a loaf. The barley warms on each pass, the rain breathes, the handshake keeps shaking, the small eye dozes by choice. They linger because lingering is part of courtesy, too. Muriel leans on the door frame and looks up through the lantern window. Eustace puts the unlit lantern back on the rail as if it had done its job by not needing to be lit. Courage pads around the base stones once, not to inspect, only to let his paws remember the pattern of kept promises. A soft breeze comes down the lane carrying the cool of faraway water. The ribbon on the vane flickers, then rests. In the hedgerow, something soot-soft turns into leaves. The field exhales the long exhale that makes fences more comfortable in their posts. The porch boards accept 3 sets of steps and hold them as if holding were what they were made for. Back inside, Muriel wets the corner of a cloth and wipes a thin line of flour from Courage's ear. Eustace brushes a dusting from his sleeve and lets it stay on his hands. The kettle thinks about boiling and then decides to simply be warm. The clock chooses to be right about now. The room learns the new tempo and sits in it like a chair that has found the perfect patch of sun. Courage curls on the rug where he can hear the turning. The sound is not louder, it is friendlier. Like a voice that discovered it didn't have to shout to be heard. The chalk rests in its loop, pleased with its lines. The wedge rides Muriel's pocket like a small, dependable thought. Eustace's empty lantern keeps a quiet watch on the sill in case watching's ever needed again. Far out in the dark, a fox pads along a fence and decides not to test it. A moth taps the pane twice and finds it sufficient. The windmill writes its even circles on the night until the night begins to write them back. Sleep arrives like a gear choosing the right tooth. No jolt, just a fit. The four courtesies hold the edges, and somewhere in the hedgerow brooms lean together, satisfied, ready to whisk only if morning forgets what evening remembered. The mill keeps its round refrain, and the porch learns it so well the boards hardly creak when someone shifts a knee. Courage dozes with one ear tipped toward the blades. Muriel's rocker moves in the small arc of contentment. Eustace holds the unlit lantern on his knee, as if keeping watch is a chore he knows how to do now. From the open field, a thin crosswind comes testing. No bluster, only a sly little edge that might teach the veins a bad habit if no one speaks up. The circle falters a whisper. The barley rune warms and waits. The rain curl listens. The handshake holds its end of the bargain. Somewhere near the base stones, a broom clears its throat. The soot-soft figures ease from the hedgerow again, edges blurred like chalk blown once across a slate. Their bristles don't scold. They angle, drawing a slanted stroke in the sand between mill and porch. Leeward, their whiskers say without saying. Mind your leeward. A hat brim tips toward the vein that catches more than its share. Another brim nods at the hub, where an older line has faded thin as breath. Muriel rises with the air of a person who has learned the step that follows this sort of music. We'll give the wind a softer place to lean, she murmurs. Courage, bring the twine. Eustace, your good wedge for just a moment. They go together in the slow porch steps that keep due content. The crosswind noses around their ankles, not mean, just uninvited. At the door, Eustace offers the wedge and the wood thanks him by remembering immediately where it wants to fit. The gears agree to a patient pause. The mill's big shoulder settles. Courage slips inside with Muriel, and the soot figures take up stations at the base. Brooms at an angle like polite umbrellas. At the hub, Muriel touches the ring of runes with 2 fingers and finds a thin diagonal, almost gone to memory, a leaner's mark. The old sign for soothe the side that catches more. She puts the tailor's chalk in Courage's mouth and nods. Gentle as you'd trace a sleeping brow, dear one. He draws the line in a single, respectful stroke from corner grain to corner grain. The wood takes the mark as a thirsty place takes cool water. The barley sprig beside it seems to stand more upright. The rain curl loosens at its end like a hand unclenching. The handshake looks less like a promise under strain and more like a promise at ease. Eustace waits at the sill, counting slow. On his count of 4, he eases the wedge, half then half again, letting the great shoulder think about turning instead of springing to it. Muriel ties a small loop of soft twine just below the vein's tail on the leeward side. Not a flag, not a burden, only the notion of something to stroke instead of shove. There now, she says to the air, as if teaching a shy dog where to rest its head. Courage pads to the little window halfway up the stair. He noses it open a finger's width, the polite kind of breath a room wants, and sets the chalk against the beam above it where wind finds its manners, a tiny downward spiral with lots of space between the turns. Come in kind, it says, and go out kind. Back at the base, the broom shoulders drag a soft diagonal through the dust, mirroring the new chalk line. Hats tilt. Yes, like that. Muriel breaks one last crumb of yesterday's heel. How is there always one more when love is careful? And rubs it against the twine so it remembers a scent the wind can't be cross with. Bread and patience. She tucks the crumb in a knothole for the memory of it. Eustace draws the wedge out the last gentle inch. The shoulder lifts. The blades try themselves, not fast, but sure. The new loop flutters as if agreeing to be petted. Wind touches the lean place, feels the invitation, and chooses the softer path without needing to be lectured. The leeward vein hums in the throat sound of a cat that has just discovered the warm spot on a windowsill. The ring of runes warms in sequence: barley, rain, handshake, then the diagonal, like a sentence finding its best order. Outside, the soot folk step back. One broom leaves a faint check mark in the sand and then smooths it away with the back of its bristles, as if saying, "Lesson kept." Another tilts its hat toward the vein's new loop and manages a posture that passes for pleased. They thin the hedgerow again, satisfied to be unnecessary. Muriel rests her palm to the hub. "You may turn, old friend, but keep a little stillness in your pocket." The mill answers with that shy wooden purr courage has come to love. The shoulder turns. The circle holds. The crosswind tries a last small mischief, finds nowhere to push, and becomes friendliness. They linger because mills like it when folks don't rush away after a kindness. Courage sits just inside the door, glow of chalk on his whiskers. Eustace stands with the wedge under his palm, not using it, only letting the tool feel included. Muriel looks up through the lantern window. The blade tips cut their even paths against a sky that has decided to sit down and behave. On the way back to the porch, Courage stops at the base stone and draws the tiniest circle with a dot where the diagonal had been sketched in dust. "We saw you, and we listen," the mark says. A single broom bristle lies nearby like a fallen eyelash. Without thinking, he tucks it beside his chalk in the loop. Souvenirs that belong to work never weigh much. The porch receives them with its good weight. Muriel's rocker finds the leeward rhythm. Eustace sets the wedge on the rail where the unlit lantern has been keeping watch, and his hand stays there a long, easy minute, as if the night were a thing he could pat. "Do you hear it?" Muriel asks, not taking her eyes from the blades. Not just the turn, but the rest inside the turn. Courage hears it. The circle carries a quiet seam between each tooth of the gear, a tiny pause where the windmill remembers it can choose to be gentle again and again. He lets the sound stack inside him until his breathing matches it. Little rests between little efforts, a sleep kindly stitched. Further off, a fox decides to take the downwind path. The ribbon on the vein flickers once and then hangs in an obedient curve. The field settles 2 shades lower into itself. The oven-warm smell of flour and oil, only a memory now, finds its way back to the kitchen and hides under the kettle like a cat under a chair. Courage curls beside Muriel's slippers, chalk looped safely, twine sash gone soft against his fur. Eustace leans his shoulder against the doorframe the way a post leans into a good fence. The mill writes its round on the night, and the night writes it back, a tidy copybook of circles, each one edged with a small breath of mercy. Sleep arrives like a vein taking the leeward. No jolt, just a choice. The runes keep their glow. The wedge rests and approves of not being needed. The brooms in the hedgerow lean together, pleased that their pointing is now a story instead of a chore. And the farmhouse lowers itself 1 kind inch, the kind of inch a chair gives when someone dear sits down. The night leans toward its quietest hour, that soft seam when even crickets forget their fiddles. The mill turns in a round whisper. The porch rocks along, and the little ribbon on the leeward vein hangs in a well-behaved curve. Courage sleeps with one ear open to the blades, chalk snug in its loop. Muriel's hands rest on her lap as if holding a bowl only memory can see. Eustace keeps the wedge and the unlit lantern side by side on the rail, not using either, approving both. Out over the pasture, the dark gathers itself the way dough gathers in a warm bowl, rising and settling, then rising again. A hush bigger than the field moves in. Not trouble, just a test. The sort of breath the world takes before it remembers its manners. From the hedgerow, the soot-soft figures appear once more, edges blurred, brooms held like walking sticks. They draw no lines. They simply stand and listen. Muriel opens her eyes without starting them. Hear that, dear heart, the long breath. The mill likes company when the world practices holding still. Courage lifts his head and pads to the step. Eustace picks up the wedge as if it had called his name. They go in the slow way that keeps Dew comfortable. At the base stones, the broom shoulders make a space, then sweep once in a wide, gentle circle that feels like a porch inviting a chair to scoot closer. Muriel lays her palm to the door, and the wood answers with that shy, wooden purr. Not yet a stop, just a thank you for being asked. Inside, the hub is warm as a sleeping dog's side. Courage sets the oil where it can watch, though it won't be needed. He takes the chalk and looks up towards the lantern window. Above the frame, beside the oldest blessing, there is room for one more small mark, something to remember how to stand still without feeling alone. Muriel nods. A rest sign, she whispers. Not an order. A suggestion. Courage draws a tiny square with a single soft line across it. The kind of mark musicians use when the song needs a sip of air. The grain seems to drink it. Eustace breathes with it. Muriel does too, 4 beats in, 4 beats out, and the stair joins the rhythm in a creak that sounds like a chair agreeing to take the weight. Back at the hub, the runes glow in their turn. Barley, rain, handshake, diagonal. Then quiet politely, making room for the little rest mark to do its work. Eustace eases the wedge against the break, not to still the shoulder, only to remind it that pausing is part of turning. The blades slow a fraction. The house breathes the same fraction slower. The long breath in the pasture decides to be kind and sets itself down like a heavy thing finding a cushion. Outside, the soot folk sweep one slow ring around the base stones, bristles turned backward as if to put the night's weight behind the hush. One hat tips toward the leeward vane, another toward the little loop of twine that smells faintly of bread. The ring they've made isn't a fence. It's a porch rug, woven from listening. Muriel loosens the tail of the twine and ties a second, smaller loop just above the first, the sort that gives a shy hand somewhere to rest. There, she says to the air, a softer place for the big quiet to lean. Eustace sets the unlit lantern on the sill inside, a sensible votive for a hush that prefers not to be stared at. Courage climbs halfway and noses the window open a breath. The mark above it, come in kind, go out kind, glows as if pleased to be consulted. He has one more tiny sign near the latch, a little closed eye with a smile under it. Sleep if you want to, it says to the draft. The room takes the suggestion and becomes the kind of cool that quilts love. The wedge does its small job, then none at all. Eustace's hand stays there anyway, not pressing, just present. Muriel hums the Barley Rain handshake tune, but folded in half, smaller and rounder. The hub answers with a low, loyal tone that Courage feels in his pause before he hears it. The blades keep their circle with a seam of silence sewn between each tooth, a perfect stitch you only notice if you are the one who tied the knot. The long breath passes, not away, through. It moves on toward the far fences, easing posts as it goes, and the ring the brooms laid smooths itself into common night. One soot-soft figure leaves its bristle, leaning against the base stone like a calling card. Courage tucks the single straw beside his chalk, a souvenir that belongs to keeping. They linger where they are because lingering is also a courtesy. Muriel strokes the beam with her fingertips, the way she smooths the finished seam. Eustace pockets the wedge with the care you give to a tool that now knows your hand. Courage presses his shoulder to the hub for one long count. The kind of hug that doesn't call itself that. Back on the porch, the boards accept them as if they had arrived exactly on time. The ribbon on the vane makes one small, approving wave and then remembers to be still. The unlit lantern keeps its post on the rail. The hedgerow relaxes until it is only leaves again, the soot folk folded into their rightful shadows, pleased to be unnecessary. "Do you feel it?" Muriel asks, eyes on the blades. The stop folded into the go. The porch nods. Courage hears it. A pause nestled inside motion. The mill's quiet promise to never make the world prove itself louder than it wants to be. He stacks his breathing to match. In the kitchen, the kettle practices the same, keeping warm without fuss. They sit like that a long while, the kind of while that counts as sleep even if eyes stay open. Far out in the dark, a heron lifts from the creek without splashing. Nearer, a moth bumps the pane once and thinks better of it. The mill writes its circles with a whisper thread between each, and the night stitches along the seam. When the first gray lifts at the edge of the field, the sort that makes fence wire gleam before it makes grass green, Muriel stands and stretches the way quilts stretch when you shake them kindly. Eustace taps the rail where the wedge and lantern kept friendly watch. Courage rises and gives a small shake that sets his twine sash askew in a charming way. "One more kindness in the morning," Muriel says, and the mill seems to nod, though no one would swear it. "We'll walk the field and tell the wind thank you where it can hear us. Then we'll let the blades teach the day the slow song they learned tonight." The hush agrees by becoming light. The ring of runes dims into their ordinary good behavior. The rest mark above the window forgets to shine but remembers how. And the farmhouse lifts itself that gentle inch that means breakfast is on its mind, while the windmill keeps turning in a key that sends sleep seeping into the last corners of the house that need it. Dawn climbs the fence wire in a silver line, then spills across the grass the color of warm milk. The wind is awake without bragging. The mill turns in a key that belongs to bread. On the porch, the unlit lantern looks pleased to have kept its quiet watch. The wedge rests on the rail with the dignity of a tool that was wanted and not misused. Courage stretches, twine sash slack against his fur, chalk snug in its loop with the single broom bristle tucked beside it like a bookmark. Muriel steps out with her shawl and inhales the cool that has learned its manners. Eustace touches the rail where lantern and wedge have been keeping company, and nods to the blades as if to a neighbor who plowed straight furrows. "Hear it," she says, not a question. The stop folded into the go. Courage hears it. The little seam of silence between each tooth. The mill remembering again and again to be gentle. They walk the field to say their thanks where the wind can hear them best. Dew pearls their cuffs. The ribbon on the leeward vane gives one small wag and behaves. At the base stones, a faint sweep mark remains from the soot folks' last circle, the kind of cleanliness only night leaves behind. Muriel lays her palm to the wood. "Thank you for turning. Thank you for resting. Thank you for making work into food." The hub answers with a shy wooden purr that chooses not to travel farther than their 3 chests. Courage pads inside and noses open the lantern window a sliver. The little rest sign above it sits there like a polite suggestion that no one resents. He adds one last tiny mark on the beam near the latch, a barley seed with the smallest sprout, because beginnings like a witness. Eustace checks the break with his fingertips and does nothing to it on purpose. "Not every kindness has to show itself," he mutters, which is his way of being wise. From the hedgerow, the soot-soft figures watch the way shadows watch. Day makes them thinner, but not untrue. One lifts its broom an inch, then lowers it, satisfied. Another tips its hat brim, and the gesture lands like a stamp on an envelope already addressed. Lesson kept, delivered. Back at the house, the kitchen has been warming itself, and the kettle doesn't rush. The clock keeps the kind of time that forgives. Muriel sets flour into a bowl, and water into the flour, and salt into the talk between them. She kneads the way the blades go, push and pause, turn and rest, until the dough remembers its rise. Eustace oils the gate hinge without commentary and smooths a splinter from the porch rail with the same care he'd give a good handle. Courage curls on the rug so the mill's round hush can keep his nap company. When the loaf goes to the oven, the field sends in a smell that gathers the morning around it. Muriel wipes a flower crescent from Courage's ear with the corner of a cloth. Eustace sets the unlit lantern on the windowsill because even daylight sometimes likes proof that night knows its job. The window breeze comes in kind and goes out kind, just as the little spiral asked. They carry 3 slices to the mill for first bread, the field's share, the wind's share, and the share for old stories that become good habits. 1 slice on the sill, 1 on the doorstep, 1 in the knothole where memories live. The barley rune warms as the blades pass. The rain curl hums a weather only the wood can hear. The handshake keeps its friendly shape. The diagonal rests easy, and the tiny rest sign glows for the blink of an eye, then minds its own business. On the way back, Courage draws a small circle with a dot on the pathstone by the fence. We were here, and we were gentle. He leaves it to the sun to read. Muriel's rocker takes its place by the window and finds the new tempo at once. Eustace hangs his hat on the hook, and it stays without argument, as if the house and the hat have settled their differences for the day. By noon, the field is field again, nothing dramatic, just sure. The mill writes its even circles on the sky, and the sky writes them back in pale ink. The ribbon on the vane rests like a well-behaved tail. The wedge naps where it likes. The unlit lantern is content to be unnecessary until it isn't. The broom bristle in Courage's chalk loop weighs nothing at all and means everything. And when night comes, as it always does, the soot folk will be there if they are needed and invisible if they are not. The 4 courtesies will wait at the edge of thought. Greet the wind, thank the grain, share the flour, let the gears rest. The leeward will remember it can be kind. The little rest mark will keep its quiet watch above the window. The blades will turn with the seam of silence sewn between each tooth, and that is where sleep will live, right where the turning keeps room for it. Courage lays his head on Muriel's slipper and listens to the mill teach the day the slow song it learned in the dark. Muriel smooths the quilt on her lap with the back of her hand the way blessings are smoothed. Eustace sits on the step with his elbows on his knees and says nothing useful in the most useful way. The house lowers itself that gentle inch that means all is well, and the wind moves on to carry the news to other mills that need reminding. Sleep now, buddies. So good night, sleepy friends. SleepyToons love you. If this story tucked you in, subscribe to SleepyToons, tap the little bell, and leave a sleepy emoji or your favorite gentle moment in the comments so our cozy crew can find you. Wherever you are, may your room be soft, your breath slow, and your dreams kind, in and out, eyes heavy, shoulders loose. The stars will keep watch while you drift. Until the next bedtime tale, remember, you're safe, you're loved, you're home. Sweet dreams.